Good morning and welcome to Swimming Pool Stories. My name is Naina Gupta and I'm an architect. I studied in the school for 9 years, really. In 2021, I successfully submitted my PhD dissertation, and no, it was not about swimming. My thesis was about social reform, international movements, and modern architecture. Briefly, it was about the movement of ideas and institutions towards constructing a progressive, modern, equal international society in the late 19th and early 20th century. Though I don't believe I use the word swimming, even as a metaphor, in the long history that I wrote, nonetheless, it is inextricably connected to the swimming pool. I believe that the swimming pool is one of the more international and progressive, and I use those terms quite aware of their problematic facets. Institutions which can be traced to arts, but really comes to its own between the wars of the 20th century. I taught a history and theory course here last term called Strokes of Change, which I will talk about more at the end of the day. The last panel of the day discusses the work that has come out of the course as it was interpreted and made alive by the students. The process has revealed that we don't talk enough about swimming pools in architecture for reasons that I can only imagine and speculate. There are mentions across history, but not enough. Though there is a growing interest in architecture and sport, it still resides quite uncomfortably within a conversation about leisure. Furthermore, swimming has its own history, which often gets diluted, so to speak, in conversations about gymnastics and national identity. I am hoping that through this symposium, over time, we will contribute to creating a vocabulary for the space that is defined by its many impressions, and this is part of that project, to start talking about what the space is of its own. Okay, so I'm going to tell you, I'm going to start with my little story. It's much shorter, it's not like a 10-minute. And I'm assuming this works? Yeah. So, I was born in Bombay, but my parents moved to Bangalore soon after. Bangalore's in the south of India, and it's on a plateau, and it does not have any natural water bodies. There has been a concerted effort to construct artificial lakes that are filled up by rainfall. These efforts, of course, are being sacrificed to development today, which does not bode well for the future of the city. When I was growing up, I used to swim in a public pool beside a lake, quite like this one that you're seeing over here. Series of artificial water bodies sitting concentrically within each other, the lake claiming naturalness over the pool. I used to walk to the pool after school at 3:30 every afternoon. I would amaze at the diving structure. The landscape was quite horizontal, and diving structures along with water tanks often stood out, both because they were elevated, but also because of their bare, brutal, scaffolded forms. These pools are built in independent India. During the British Raj, while Herbert Morrison was heralding London as the city of Lidos, there were a few swimming pools being built in India, but mainly for the British in the country. And as Rushdie says, the better lot of Indians were allowed to use them. Not far from this pool is a cinema that we would go to that was named the Lido Cinema, or the Lido Cinema as we would call it, because even the word Lido has changed in its pronunciation from the older generation to today. The older generation would actually say Lido, and now they would say Lido. The owner of the cinema has obviously heard the word being used by an English person, or was aware of the use of the term in England. Diving, or at least the swan dive, came to England and the rest of the world from Sweden. While the breaststroke was quintessentially British, the other strokes developed through practice and movement between different people and different countries. This is the heart of the project. The movement of the swimming pool, the relationship and the redefinition of the space as it was embraced, appropriated, and transformed. This is the focus of my work at the moment, and this project is a tiny part of the larger research that I am doing in different ways and in different forums. I have loosely tried to organize the day into panels, which is visible in the sorting wall that I've created in the North Jury room. Now, for anybody who is not from the AA, our nomenclature, that is the North Jury room. And over there, you have the sorting wall. You have a little table with some of the books that have been recently published on swimming pools, not by me, by many other people. But every one of those books over there has been recommended by someone to me, which is also very important. When I started this project, the number of people who shared information, references, Anna over here gave me a book on, I think it was a very beautiful book on, it was like a fiction, small, on synchronized swimmers. Doreen, in fact, was on my panel during my PhD, and it's a very important part of the whole discussion on sport and architecture. I mean, there are numbers, I could go on about everyone who's contributed, and that's why I'd like to say thank you to every single person who's made this project possible, both in the contributions that they've sent, by coming here and supporting me, my friend Tivo over there, and the public program, of course, the DPL, who are kind of, they've modeled a diving board that is going to sit on top of a cake that Pascal is designing, which is the swimming pool. I mean, there's a whole series of things that have happened which could not have happened anywhere but the Architectural Association. So thank you and welcome to the day. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, so we can start with the first panel. Oh, I was supposed to say, I've got a really loud voice. Hello, Namide. I'm supposed to say, please use the mic while commenting, while speaking, otherwise you won't be captured for the recording. Okay? Unless you've got a really loud voice like mine. Okay, should we start with the first panel?
Okay, well, I guess I'm first. Looking at the list. Well, thank you, Naina. As I was expecting to introduce myself, but very quickly, my name is Anna Font. I'm an architect. I'm finishing my PhD at the AA. I'm in my last year, and yeah, I'm from Barcelona, as you will know in a minute, because I'm going to speak something that sits in my hometown, and maybe I'll just jump in to give more background. Sorry, Naina, shall I go for this and everyone introduce themselves, or you want to?
No, go for this.
Okay.
Let's do it like, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll start then. First, maybe to give a little bit of context of maybe why I'm sitting here, because in a way, it's not that I have a prior research on pools. I am really, I feel like I'm one of Naina's characters today in her research. When she launched the call, I felt like it was really interesting to be part of this kind of complex process, because she launched the call, then there was this election, and the symposium, and I know that she's going to go on with this, and I thought that as a research kind of artifact was also a very interesting thing, no? So in a way, I inserted myself in a very kind of humble and naive way, and the first thing that happened is that I thought, okay, what are pools for me? And I realized that they have been very much linked, maybe more to the side of sports than to the one of entertainment that you were just mentioning. It's not that I have my own kind of memories projected on them, but more a certain kind of cultural and social construct that goes around them. And this is a little bit what happens with this particular pool that you see in the image that I sent. For the ones that know the pool, this would be like a relaxed moment of this pool culturally, let's say, because in the '92 Olympics in Barcelona, the image that doesn't show the pool but shows the divers jumping in the sky and the city at the back was very iconic. And in that picture, actually, the pool is not in the picture. That's why I'm saying that this one is like the relaxed 20 years after, because it was taken last year, so it was literally 20 years, 30 years after that moment. And to me, the fact that that first image, which is kind of the double of this one, wasn't including it. Of course, it was for impact. It was a dramatic act of seeing a body in the sky that you don't know where it's going. But also, I think it's related to Catalan surrealism. Catalan culture is very much related to a kind of strong drive towards realism in art. I'm going to mention the obvious, Dalí, or in architecture, Gautier Miralles, or in performance, La Foulade Faust, or in literature, Joseph Carner, just to say the top names that everyone in the room might know, but it is kind of like very much embedded. So I think there is something there that is interesting. I think that the second thing that has this picture that is a bit surreal is the fact that this picture is very, very deep, and the color of the water shows that. It's not the normal color that we see, it's darker because of this depth. And that's why it's called half pool. I named it that way because I was proposing that the amount of air that is the first half, the half above the water and the half beneath the plane of the water are kind of a symmetrical condition and that are equally important for the understanding of this pool. And that was the kickstart of the text that I submitted. And I went on a little bit to describe what this means. No, I think the pools in general, in terms of design, they have a lot about the edge and this plane of symmetry. In this case, I would say it's very humble in terms of design, but what is kind of very intense is the fact that we know that this water, for example, is warmer than it's usually in a pool because otherwise the divers could not get into the water because of the physics of the bodies getting like in touch with it. So this plane becomes very much loaded with a sort of performative condition, and that is what was interesting also for me. Like it has this kind of many layers of, let's say, different interpretations that you can see. And when you look at the picture at the same time, nothing is really happening. I mean, only the pigeons like dive in that pool right now. So in a way, the proposal was to see this idea of the pool as not only the part of the body of water, but also to understand that there is a sort of half topological and half Cartesian condition to the pool. The top part is topological in as much the air has less resistance to the bodies, and the lower part is more Cartesian in its own design. Like now we don't see it so clearly, maybe because it's a projection on the screen, but if you look at the picture closely, you will see that the pool is claded in tiles that are reticulated so that the jumpers see the structure in which they are sitting, so it's highly controlled. And I think that was another thing that was very interesting for me, which is like the highly controlled and designed bottom and the super free kind of space that was hanging above it, no, like a sort of deep thing. And of course, ultimately, the fact that this pool was designed by Antonio de Moravas, and it has remained a municipal facility since then. But it is an act of architecture that is a very subtle act of architecture on a mountain. It is a hole on a mountain, ultimately. Again, referring to the context of Barcelona, this is in Montjuic. Montjuic is a small mountain, very similar, that is at the side of the sea. So it's also it has a sort of sea condition, which is interesting. And the act of designing this pool is literally just equalizing a plane and letting that hole go into the ground, and that generates the main asymmetry of a purely symmetrical condition, because the pool is squarish, which is that the audience is only on one side and the divers are only on one side. So that architectural movement, what it does is to kind of give the asymmetry to something that is very much controlled and almost only understood as a holistic artifact from the sky. Thank you.
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Monzi, and I recently completed my third year at the AAA, and so I'm on my year out now. I'm originally from Singapore, and I would say that the only thing that qualifies me to sit here is that I've swum for most of my life. Okay, so the swimming pool story that I will share this morning is one about chaos. And chaos is something I expect we're all a bit wary of, especially at a pool. So maybe it's a good thing for me to now add that I am a qualified lifeguard, and I'm there to prevent mayhem for breaking loose at the pool. So as you may know, lifeguards, they do not lounge all day and only apply themselves the minute when someone is in danger. No, there's actually a lot of anticipation and preparation that goes into the moment of rescuing someone. And so I thought that today I'll share about an intense exercise that tests the lifeguard's readiness. It's called the Simulated Emergency Response Competition, or SERC for short. So what you see on the screen right now is a diagram for one of the emergency scenarios. I think it comes across as maybe a bit visually basic, but this diagram is the mise en scène for a 14-actor simulation. Some of the actors will be in danger, while some of them are distractions or bystanders. This choreographs an absolutely distressing scene. The start of the simulation is normally marked by an alarm sounding. It's really loud, and all at once, the actors will be thrown into a collective motion of chaos. So you can imagine a lot of screaming, crying, shouting, and even drowning taking place. It is quite surreal, and I hope that it's not your average day at a pool. And so when this happens, a team of 4 lifeguards will then enter the scene and attempt to save the day, as we always do. They are given no reference to this diagram, and without it, the situation is far from straightforward. You would experience opposites simultaneously, so you'll see bystanders and victims, safety and danger, silence and screaming. It's pure confusion. And superimposed on top of this experience is the urgency and pressure of time. It is a scripted mess that expects a method to it. The lifeguards will somehow be judged based on their performance and their effectiveness. And having been there, I would liken it to be staring at multiple Edward Muybridge compilations and just trying to figure out what's going on. From what you see, you will attempt to establish relationships between actions and actors, to discern who is in danger and who isn't, and ultimately how to react to all of it. And here, reactions, they are not based solely off instincts, but from calculations and from training. And hopefully it presents you a course of action, or at least an immediate trajectory to follow. And so, from my experience personally, during the simulation, even as I made up my mind and headed towards my first rescue, I was walking with so much purpose and self-doubt. I'm just questioning whether it's the most urgent rescue I need to perform, or if I've missed out on something. And even once a rescue is done, you just move on to the next and the next. And at the very end, it's maybe after 3 or 4 minutes, the reward is an altogether calmer, quieter swimming pool. And I cannot help to feel like from this experience that I've been drawn out of myself, that it is mentally and physically straining, but it is, after all, a test of the worst case scenario. I like to bring this idea of performance and being drawn out of yourself back to the general experience of the swimming pool. I think the swimming pool has always been a stage, and I refer to this sense of being more noticed at the pool, being more conscious or self-conscious. Maybe it's the way that we're dressed around the pool, or maybe it's the density of strangers, or that you have to use a completely new foreign set of movements at the pool. And I use this word performance to describe how we behave at the swimming pool, because I think that there's a strong pressure to act in a certain way, a way that's different from how we normally do. It is being more aware of our actions, but also of others. And if anesthetic means a numbness or a lack of sense, then I think at the pool, we are experiencing a lot of aesthetics. I can recall a number of times where I am sensitive about my surroundings when I'm at the swimming pool. And in a broader view of things, not many spaces or programs can compare to the swimming pool, where we are given an opportunity to escape a fixed mode of being and of a trajectory that's prescribed by our lives. I think it is a privileged spatial experience in the way that it demands so much of our attention on ourselves and on others, and it puts us into an entirely new attitude. In that manner, it is quite surreal. Leisurely pool users should find themselves in a contradictory state of concentration and distraction, and I think people should swim more often and because it takes you out of your normal selves. Here I will conclude my sharing to say that I think pools do have a transformative and redemptive aspect to them in this sense. We can find ourselves anew as we drift from our normal set of movements and behaviors into something entirely different. And for me, having been through an episode of chaos at a pool, even though it's been choreographed, it's found me in a more hypersensitive and cautious disposition. And it also is probably what qualifies me to be a lifeguard. And for the record, there's never been a serious incident under my watch. With that, thank you for your kind attention.
My name is Daria, and I grew up in Moscow. Naina said that it's very important to bring the original one because it's endless.
Can I just walk around for 30 seconds? Should I just open it up?
It's not all about swimming pools, but I guess it goes all the way to and then back.
No?
Yes, yeah, I'm very open for this.
So do walk in front if you want to watch it and you want to look at it, just feel free to get up.
I guess my text and the drawing have one thing in common, my presence here as well. It's doing something for the first time. So today for me, I'm jumping in the water because it's my first symposium. I'm happy to say this because there's only once in your lifetime you can say something like that. So I'm going to use my first and last chance. That's my first symposium. I'm a student at PA for last lifetime and graduating this year. This story is about fall in and called Tan More and Tan More and Tan More. I'll read it in a minute. It's about playful environment and a very strict frame around it. The swimming pools I remember from childhood and post-Soviet environment, talking about early 90s, they mostly were placed underground. And it was a sacred space, almost like an Orthodox church, where you're always afraid to cross the rules, to do something wrong. And at some point it changed. And very recently I found myself that I finally found my favorite way of dealing with swimming pools without any experience of lifeguarding. It's a dance. The thing is that you can dance in the water. It allows you to move freely and step away from the rules. But again, the space around it was full of the rules. So it took a while to see that actually this invisible space under the water can allow us to move in many more directions rather than this free we used to currently walking on the ground. I'll just read it. I guess that's exactly the time I'm waiting before jumping in the pool. Step on the edge of the pool. Slightly bend your knees. Raise your hands up in the air. Then point towards the sun and slowly shift the focus to the water surface. When you're perfectly prepared for an ideal jump into the water, relax and fall as freely as you can. following the weight of your head. Imagine you're a bag of potatoes, he said. Now repeat 10 times, and you learn how to jump, and 10 more. My dad taught me how to jump into the swimming pool water. Learn the theory, focus, bring yourself tight together, and then let it go. Let yourself fall. The fear to hit the forehead with the water surface faded away. Before every jump, I pause for a couple of seconds. The time that was always there to respond to the raising fear and stability of the entire body, it is not there anymore. But those couple of seconds I leave empty to remember the fear that was here, to celebrate a little victory of the free fall. How inspiring the falling can be, to lose such precious ground under the feet, the beautiful balance that people are taught to look for in every interaction with the world around. Water carries the weight. It allows to move freely without being too concerned on the topics of gravity, stability, weirdness of the body movements. There was a little swimming pool in the kindergarten, a product of an idea to teach kids of the north how to handle water. A list of rules that was meant to protect slowly overgrew the entire space. Swimming suit, hat, shower, all types of safety equipment, and direct orders of the teacher. Kids were not allowed to jump nor dive. The environment was so busy protecting that it has lost any memorable signs in the grown-up's mind. However, there was always space for 10 freeing jumps under my father's eyes, and 10 more, and 10 more, and 10 more. Thank you.
So as me, oh my God, and I thought I had a loud voice. So before I start the discussion, I was just wondering how we should do this, and I'd like to talk to you or everyone about it. So one option is I just shoot the questions, but the other option is the three of you just listen to each other, and all of you have listened to them. So perhaps we could start with you all asking each other, or would you prefer if I just start making the traces? Because I thought
you should start.
Should I start? Yeah? And then everyone will jump in, yeah? Like, don't leave this alone for me to do the whole day. It'd be a bit much. Okay, so I found it very interesting when I want to pick up one first aspect was the idea of movement and controlled versus non-controlled movement. But the set of movements, and I think all of you talked about it. There was the idea of diving with the Olympic swimming pool and air and the scenery of the city behind. Then in Daria's case, there was this idea of total control before letting go under the water, the freedom of water. And in Monzi's case, it's like there was a very interesting moment where she said the set of movements which are foreign to us, which are completely, in a way, acted out. Like we cannot swim naturally without learning to swim. We can paddle like a little puppy, but we can't swim naturally. We're taught. And I thought maybe just to talk about this kind of space and the architecture of that which is constructed in a way very deliberately to showcase this constructed imagined movement. And you can just however you want. But,
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I think Monzi has an idea. No,
I don't know. I think it's, the thing is I don't theorize that much about the things I do, and considering that it's almost quite second nature to me to spend time at the pool. Is there a fixed set of rules at a pool? Yes. Does the architecture respond to it? I don't know. Probably the way that maybe they've placed ladders at some parts of the pool.
I mean, I think the architecture, in my point of view, responds quite a bit to the imagination of both the rules of the pool. I mean, there's like so many little signs, no? A swimmer,
Yeah.
I mean, you know when to turn, the black line, you know.
Oh, yes.
You've got the flags, you've got, the architecture is like basically constructed to create the rhythm that they want you to, as much as with diving to a large extent. But then there is the sense of breaking free the minute you're in the water, which is like, so there is this very interesting dichotomy which is present in all three of what you've said, that there's so many rules and restrictions at the level of the water and above, and the minute you go down, somehow they ease.
Yeah, well, I mean, in a way, it's kind of obvious, no? But the water on itself has no restrictions, no? It would be the smoother, in kind of the legend terms, kind of space, no? I mean, there is a model, the hydrologic model, no? to speak about what you're saying, but I think the design of the pool comes to actually territorialize that. And I think this conversation a little bit goes into that direction of how the architecture, the limits, and how much a space that is inherently not estriated or not delimited or not determined. And I think in my case, I was kind of trying to make the point that in that pool that is the most controlled Cartesian basin, everything that happens above it. So that actually the movement that is liberated is above the water level. And that was a bit of a provocation to the symposium, in fact, to argue that it is not only the water basin as the space that is kind of freed, but somehow what happens above it in some cases. In the extreme case, this would be the extreme case. And I think they were speaking about the freedom inside. I think that's very interesting because in a way, that freedom, it is there, and they were making emphasis exactly on that freedom and not emphasis on the delimitation of those pools. Now, you were speaking about protocols, but not really the material determination of those protocols, I think, and you for sure, yeah, like you were speaking kind of first person. I don't know, that's the take I maybe see on your question, no? Like that, I think it's an interesting conversation regarding water, if you wish, regarding pools.
So there is, it's there, but it's also very interesting that you say that this was a provocation because, yes, in a way, you're right, the space of the swimming pool extends vertically because of the diving boards. But on the other hand, in every competition, in any format, the judging happens before you hit the water level,
right,
which is also making it really interesting because there's a space of viewing and there's a space of judgment beyond which you are let to go free. So what is like the bounded space of the swimming pool is actually the free space, and in your case, what is like the liberated space is actually the constrained space.
That's true.
Which is this very interesting dichotomy of understanding, right? The other thing, does anyone want to take over from me? Should I carry on?
Can I just share a thought that just came to my mind from your response and obviously your question? I think this idea of limit and being in the water, following, a different kind of set of signals. Maybe you talked about the flags above the poles, and when you're swimming, I mean, of course, if you're doing a backstroke, you can see the flags, but if you're swimming with your face down, there's always this line in the pool on the floor. I cannot tell you how important it is to keep your eyes on the line, because without it, you'll just be swerving side to side. And at the end of these lines, it's normally like a T shape. And it's the moment you're about to approach a wall. I think the distance is normally around like 1 meter, maybe 1.5 meters from the wall. And you're going to make a turn, like either a tumble turn or you're going to have to turn around. And I think in the pool, your senses are so much more limited. Your vision obviously impaired, your range of motion, you're fighting against water, and you can't exactly hear anything. So, I don't know, I thought that was like an interesting note, maybe.
I was thinking about the connection between types of swimming, maybe you know better, and the architecture around it. Because I know 3 types of ways of swimming. Maybe there are more. And people always say, this is right. All the others are wrong. What if I manage
to swim in a different way? Will it influence the space of the swimming pool around or not? Or it was already decided, or there were way too many swimmers before to say that these 3 or 4 are the main, and they will bring us to our limit the best way.
I've got something to say to that, actually. I would argue that actually the 4 or 5 styles that they use for competition swimming is constructed over a long time, but they're also constructed to actually optimize, to make sure that it's equal and fair for everybody. Because technically, if you swim underwater for longer, you're faster. So they limited the amount of distance that you can swim underwater. That is the black line edge. So physically, yeah. But in talking about swimming styles and rhythm of architecture, I think it was, I'm going to now have to make up the name. Experiencing Architecture, Rasmussen, am I correct, Doreen, in that book? I think I am. He talks about, he's got one paragraph dedicated to the idea of swimming and rhythm. So he says with breaststroke there was a rhythm of 4, which kind of coincided with the architecture. And with freestyle there was another rhythm constructed. But then with the introduction of free-flowing pools, which came about with the Californian concrete, actually, and putting sculpture in the pool so you could almost go underwater and then you'd have holes and play with the sculpture, which came from mythology in a way. It reconstructed the idea of the body and space completely. So there is an idea of strokes and rhythm. Going back to the conversation there was this thing of narcissism, which is also present in all 3 of your, in good or bad way, but there is this idea of body awareness, and it's showcasing. Do you want to talk about it? I thought Monzi really brought it up when she talked about self-awareness, but sensitivity. You said it well. You said sensitivity, but I think it was Gaston Bachelard who really says, it was another writer who says the swimmer is by nature narcissistic because they're very well aware of every part or constantly self-conscious of their. Not to insult anyone, but
You're a swimmer.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that? The sense of awareness of the body and space, the proprioception, maybe. Even the tumble turn is a very specific act.
I mean, this is so interesting because while I was writing my script, I nearly said I'm going to tell you about myself. I'm going to tell you about my story, but. I guess it's true that swimmers are narcissistic, but I think in a way and like I've mentioned in what I've said, it's almost imposed upon you to be more aware of yourself, of the people around you, and I kind of linked it to maybe it's the way we dress, maybe it's that we're a lot more transparent when we're at the pool, and I don't know. I don't think it comes from, for me at least, it doesn't come from an internal kind of thing. But I think it's very much an effect of the pool on me. I don't think I'm narcissistic anywhere else. Maybe, or self-aware. No, I know.
Yeah, but there is a sense of self.
Yeah.
I mentioned this. Moment of jump again, but the temperature of the water, that's probably makes me body aware the most, because everyone is wearing swimming suits, so you don't really feel like you're out of place in any way, so that's fine. But the temperature it touches your body in one moment, so you need to adapt very quickly. That's for me.
At some point today we will talk about micro-architecture. I'm sure it'll come up. But I don't know. I'm really curious because there's a certain performance in that beautiful image that is pure.
Well, in that case, I think these people, they are athletes and they are conscious of every second. I think velocity is key for them. So it's everything happens in 4 seconds. So they are, of course, they are choreographing something. So that there is to me it's artistic even, no? They are working with their body to achieve certain positions in microseconds. So it's about that. I don't think, I mean, that to me, more than narcissistic is artistic, I would say. But then, regarding what they were saying, I was listening to them, and I was thinking that you feel exposed because you don't wear shoes. I don't know, that crossed my mind. It's like, I think it's like the walking on this kind of weird medium to me that's very strange. It's an instability, I would say, also, like all this other set of self-consciousness. I think self-consciousness is kind of an interesting condition. But yeah, that would be my take. I think I was interested, when I started reading about the jumpers, I got really interested because I realized that they have to have their wrists like fixed, because otherwise they would break when they go into the water. There was like a lot of, like, actually they have other things on their bodies. So you got me very interested in this topic. I feel like I want to know more. I started reading a lot about these things. And the awareness of the body is because they have to actually somehow, even I would say, adapt it, make it stronger at certain points. It goes a bit against the body nature to do certain positions. So in a way, I would say, what is the body of the athlete that jumps? It is very particular, or the body of the athlete that swims, no? And the body that results from that activity. Like the transformation of the body to me would be more interesting than the awareness of it, but its own transformation. I think it's another big topic, but as I see, like, it is a very broad topic. I don't know what the other panels are touching upon, but I think these are really rich spaces.
Okay, sure. Hello. I think you guys kind of touched on it as well. I wonder if maybe we could explore that a bit about kind of directionality in the water and how it expands our potential to move. So, you know, we can go up, down as well, which we don't really get a chance to do on land. And also just, I guess, how we're horizontal and active in the water, which is, I can't think of any other situations in my life where I'm active while being horizontal, and how that will kind of, my eye will either be in the sky or be directly at the floor. And for me, that really puts me in a kind of I feel non-human almost, and I kind of, it shifts my perspective a bit. But I wonder if you could kind of, explore that, or I know Darren touched on it. Yeah.
The alienness of the body in water, almost in swimming.
Yeah.
But I think they did touch on it in terms of prosthetics and adaptation.
I wanted to continue on it. I don't know if it's working. On your text, and while you were saying about the artistic part of it, and what Ben was mentioning as well, you go all the way up. Mm-hmm. You climb this thing, walking, and then you prepare. There's a jump, the artistic movement, and then I was thinking, why it's actually in the water? Because we're interested in the jump itself. Can it be any other material? Right. Can it be sand? Or sand is a bit dramatic. Or can there be a rope which actually holds you up the moment when the jump is finished? And then maybe there is not such big damage on your hands and the body. But then there is another, which is also in the drawing. There is the splashes at the end of it, and this artistic and dramatic experience. Mm-hmm. And this connection of the artistic, which you mentioned as well, and this extremely physical and like persistent work towards this picture. But yeah, that's probably the other side of more vertical movement, which is not happening in the swimming pool.
Monsi, what about the directionality of the safeguard? What happens between the safeguard and the swimmer? Like, because you move in another directionality, right?
Yeah, I'd say that the lifeguard and the swimmers, they almost exist on opposite planes. And I've said this to Naina before. Any day that I'm on duty and I have to go into the water is a bad day, because it means that something's happened. I've always seen, you don't see lifeguards in the water. Even if you have to guard the pool, you would guard it from maybe somewhere that you get a better view. But yeah, I think for me, it's that margin of the water. On one hand, it's duty. On another hand, it's like leisure. I try not to, as a lifeguard, go into the water for that reason. If that makes sense.
No, I meant it because of the question. Like, I
Okay,
felt
yeah.
like you go around the pool
Oh yeah.
while people go directional, no? And
Yeah.
I don't know, I think there's a lot of, maybe, I'm not a swimmer, but I understand that actually the different descriptions, and I'm sure that more will happen, will come to show that there's actually a lot of simultaneous directions probably, no? And we're starting to discover, I had never thought about it, but this one is the one that all of a sudden was like, I imagine you going around the pool, and
Yeah.
and that was a concentric act, no? And that was also something interesting, maybe.
Maybe with the direction, the speed as well, the paths are separated, like, and you look at the others, you think, okay, how fast I am today. So you try to attach yourself to a particular group of people, be with them, then maybe it creates a little community for the other hour that you're there. That might be part of the directionality of this. But about looking down into the water on the floor and then up, I remembered I was asking people for another project a couple of years ago about their private space. And there was a person maybe in his 50s, and he said that he was swimming every day for the last 15 years. And he mentioned it in response of what's private space for you? Because he didn't have his own room or his own corner, his own office, and nothing. And he said, I don't need anything. I don't even need my shelf, table, nothing. I just need this 30, 60 minutes a day to be in the swimming pool with my music. Yeah, he was listening to music under the water, and that's enough.
Kind of the speed almost interacts with density of the water as well, because if you're in the shallow side of the pool, I guess it's almost like quicker, and so this is kind of being more alert to different senses that we're not as kind of land dwelling animals. We're not really kind of changing our speeds through the density of the air so much, but in the water it's very apparent as it feels like a direction.
Well, I have a reflection rather than a question, and I would like to know your opinions. Well, first, thank you. It's just the relation with the title, because the title is play, and the three of you presented
That was nice.
something quite opposite, just as Naina was saying. And I just remember, it was, yeah? I remember a quote from Freud, which says that the opposite of play is not being serious, but the real. And what the real is rationality. And I related that with what you said, Anna, in which they can be free and everything just above the level of the water. And once they enter the water, they have to behave according to regulations. Because if not right, they are going to, I don't know, they cannot have the points when they are in competitions, or they will even die, right? And so that contradiction just made me think that when Daria, you mentioned about that your father was saying to you, yeah, you can die, right? You can do whatever you want in the water, but basically you were not allowed, right? Because teaching is not the same as being playful in the water. It's just you cannot. Because you need to learn to swim before entering the water. And that is a contradiction in itself, because at the end of the day, if we think about being playfulness in the water, we would see images of children paddling, just like you said, Naina, or it would have a different depth, right? I mean, that comes to my mind. And then I just remember another quote in which the anxiety and the water, it is the fear. And I remember in my own youth, when I was trying to swim, my father, different from yours, didn't allow me to dive because he was a neurologist, and his patients were basically trying to dive in swimming pools. So at least for me, I'm not a swimmer because of that. I mean, swimming pools are related to anxiety, you know, and how can you relate to that? Because you cannot be free. You cannot. If you are not under those rules, right? You cannot enter the water. So I would like you to expand on that. The idea of being above. How can that relate to freedom, not being regulated? And also how the symbolic and the imagination that you experience in those moments in which you were allowed, maybe you remember that you were in a different level of the water, you know, just thinking at the depth or in the border, in the limits.
Just very quickly though, because we have to move to the next slide. Sorry.
I think it's yours. Yeah. Thank you for the reflection. I also feel a bit of anxiety of the space. Thanks to my father who taught me how to dive, but did he teach me how to swim? That was a task of my own, I guess. This idea of playfulness, I think for me it's within the water itself, that there is an opportunity to be playful. And then these rules around it, they can be seen as the rules of the game, in a way, just a serious game. Like, but some of these lists, endless lists, that the kindergarten that I mentioned, they're absurd. You can eat 30 minutes before, but not 35. I know. You need to wear this type of hat, but not the other one. So where is the balance between safety and joy within it? Which would be great to find. And I feel like we're either too afraid of crossing the rules of safety. We want to be in a safe space. It's a dangerous space, it's water. But at the same time, we don't want to lose the joy it gives. For some reason, people keep making swimming pools like these artificial lakes in the urban fabric again and again, even though the amount of water in the world is much more than the land. Why we cut the land again and again? So I think we're still on the way to find the balance between those, and I feel the anxiety you mentioned.
Maybe we should, as architects, try new swimming pools without rules. So you are the ruler, Monsi. That's why I do it. The real.
Maybe we move on, maybe we come back. I'm sure your points will be counted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Not used to
Waiting for the
I'm so sorry.
for the cue.
Press the button and you can go to the next slide. Yellow. That's you.
Yeah. Hello. My name is Davide Deriu. I work at the University of Westminster, and I apologize. I missed the first 10 minutes when Naina introduced the events. Were the most important 10 minutes of the day. So I'm not sure whether she already introduced what's going to happen. But anyway, maybe it's a bit of a surprise. Okay, so I just responded to the call. I thought it was fascinating, especially the notion of stories. And over conversations, Naina has encouraged me to, tell a story. So, just like Monzi, I believe, I've also been a swimmer all my life. But I'm going to talk about something else. Singapore, early December 2019. When I arrived at the bed and breakfast, I realized that my room had no windows. Singapore was the final destination of my research trip to Southeast Asia. And given the astronomical cost of accommodation, the travel agent had booked me into a suboptimal place. Not a problem, I thought. With plenty of sites to visit, I would only need a room to sleep in, after all. However, the weather changed my plans. A torrential rain poured down relentlessly for nearly 2 days. As soon as I stopped, I went out. My targets were mainly apartment blocks. I was prepared to challenge my own troubles with heights in order to observe how social housing has become integral to the vertical urbanization of the city-state. First off, though, I wanted to visit Marina Bay and its dazzling architecture. A long walk took me all the way down to the Sands Resort and the gardens by the bay right behind it. Then up to the Sky Park, the curvilinear cantilever platform connecting the summits of 3 57-story towers, in addition to which a fourth one had recently been approved. The integrated resort, built in 2010 by Safdie architects for the entertainment giant Las Vegas Sands Corporation, was a fulcrum of a major regeneration project that brought about a new gateway to the city. In my plans, the tour will culminate in the famous infinity pool, which I had heard a few anecdotes about, including one by a professional climber who, during a leisure trip, stayed at Marina Bay Sands and treated herself to a swim in the sky, only to be seized by an unprecedented and unpredictable attack of panic. The type of acrophobic episode that is commonly known as freeze. My intention was to walk into the pool and approach the edge gradually, just as far as I felt comfortable, all the while taking mental notes of how people experienced that high-end attraction and responded to its vanishing edge. So I packed my swimsuit and towel and set off. How ironic, I thought, that I had to wait for a dry day in order to soak in an open-air pool. After walking for hours, as the end of a hot and humid day neared, the prospect of a swim was becoming more and more appealing, despite the sense of anxiety elicited by its evanescent boundaries. Drone pictures of it were shown on large screens, and they were enough to make me feel dizzy. Even though you can't see the pool when you walk in and around the complex, you always feel it's there, soaring high above. You know that from up there it's possible to enjoy uninterrupted views of downtown Singapore, a distinctive status symbol of the global metropolis. The 151-meter-long attraction, branded the world's longest elevated pool, gives the impression that water flows straight over the building's edge, and that one might fall down with it. Thereby, it exemplifies a brand of spaces that harness the experience of heights to ever more extreme visceral thrills. It is, in other words, an architecture of vertigo. This spectacular design feature has become part of the 21st century architectural imagery, crowning a regeneration scheme that contributed to elevate Singapore to the top 10 of tourist destinations in the world. The vanishing edge revives a trend that was brought into vogue by the architect John Lautner between the 1960s and the 1970s. His designs for luxury villas such as the Elrod House in Palm Springs, California, and the Arango Marbrisa House in Acapulco, which appears to float over the adjacent bay, adapted the ha-ha principle of English landscape design to modern residential architecture. Back in the late 18th century, Horace Walpole had devised an invisible boundary that could be realized through sunk fences in order to achieve visual continuity between a garden and the surrounding countryside. 2 centuries later, Lautner grafted this concept onto the pools of sun-soaked villas along the Pacific coast. Subsequently, Safdie architects lifted it to the summit of the most expensive resort ever built. At Marina Bay Sands, the feeling of loftiness engendered by the Singapore skyline is somehow analogous to the assertion of ownership in 18th century garden design, the naturalistic illusion replaced by an expansive cityscape. The Sky Park is divided into different areas whose degrees of exclusivity are commensurate with their thrilling potential. Bordered by a typical glass parapet, the public observation deck at the northern end hangs over the bay. In the exclusive area nearby, however, the urban spectacle is augmented through a distinctive multi-sensory experience. The infinity pool embodies quite literally the principle of immersion that is central to the experience economy. The more effectively an experience engages the senses, the more memorable it will be. A measure of this exclusivity became clear when I arrived at the reception desk, where I found out that this promise of pure indulgence was restricted to residents of the resort. Somewhat naively, I had checked the opening times, but not the access requirements. Exclusive to hotel guests, warns the website. Trespassers will be handed over to the authorities. Suddenly, I couldn't help but think about my windowless room off the city centre. It all made some strange sense. The infinity pool complemented the resort quite perfectly. If you lost money at the casino, that would be the place to take a bath. I spent the remains of the day on the observation deck, where a mixed crowd of tourists flocked to enjoy the views at sunset. Shielded from sight, the pool remained out of reach. Yet its immersive environment is proof that vantage points alone, such as those afforded by the viewing platform on which I stood, are no longer the marks of a privileged subject position. As verticality drives urban development, luxury is associated with the escape into a unique realm of leisure. This trend is summed up by the slogan of Palm Tower in Dubai, the residential project that includes an infinity pool overlooking the highest skyline on Earth. This is elevated living. High-rise swimming pools featuring edgeless and see-through elements, such as the Sky Pool in London's Nine Elms, belong to a wider range of designs that stage the encounter with the abyss as an immersive experience. By challenging the perception of balance, this architectural vertigo embodies a desire to transcend the constraints of gravity and to subjugate space to virtually unlimited control. It gives form to the illusion of boundless freedom that permeates our liquid modern societies, an ideology predicated on intense and individualized forms of enjoyment. What lies behind the wow effect of swimming pools, whose edges and even the structures themselves become less and less visible? Our consuming bodies are exposed to ever more extreme stimuli, as the compulsive quest for uniqueness in turn becomes a source of perpetual anxiety, feeding a system of value production that relies on the pursuit of memorable and enviable experiences. Within this vertiginous landscape, the thrill of swimming in the sky is a privilege for very, very few. A frisson that I missed, or perhaps was spared, but which prompted these thoughts I'm now sharing with you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Naina, for asking me to follow up.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
On Davide's piece. It's such an easy act to follow, isn't it? I will read out my piece, which I hope it starts a conversation rather than giving any conclusive answers. Beforehand, we didn't actually read each other pieces, so I didn't know that you were going to, in a way, introduce one of the topics in my writing, the famous or controversial London Sky Pool. My story is about two swimming pools, which at least at first glance have nothing in common. One is a rectangular transparent swimming pool suspended 10 stories above the ground. The other one was a massive circular open-air swimming pool and doesn't exist anymore. Both were adorned by superlatives in certain aspects. London Sky Pool is the first floating pool in the world, and the other one was one of the world's largest open pools of its time. Let's start with the recent one, the one which still exists. This transparent swimming pool opened in 2021 on the hottest day of one of the hottest years ever recorded, with a team of synchronized swimmers, no less. Its opening was recorded from a BBC helicopter and since became a highly viewed YouTube video. At first, this project was dismissed as implausible and continues to be met with incredulity even now. Suspended 35 meters above the ground, it appears strangely grounded when seen in the flesh. It is more photogenic, its appearance much more dramatic in pictures. The transparent pool is built just outside the 30-meter exclusion zone of the US Embassy. The world's first floating pool spans between two buildings named Legacy in the Embassy Gardens development. Its name derives from a deliberate attempt to lure embassies and high-end investors into this new corner of London. Neighbouring the American Embassy, London Sky Pool forms a bridge between two buildings. Neither roof was large enough for an Olympic-sized swimming pool, so designers decided that it needed to be at least partly suspended in between, and the engineers developed a floating swimming pool concept with a middle 10-meter section, so only a small part of it is actually suspended in between. Made out of acrylic rather than the glass, it's literally 3 pieces of acrylic glued together. The starting price for the apartments in the luxury development is around 1 million upwards. As soon as it was constructed, it was criticized, amongst others in The Guardian, in that it creates segregation between the haves and have-nots of London. Controversy was caused by the fact that the so-called shared ownership housing tenants are not allowed to use the pool and have a separate entrance. It seems to follow the pattern on several previous stories involving wealthy property investors and social housing tenants in close proximity. What seems so much more concern to me is that nothing here is affordable. The so-called shared housing is too small, unsuited to families, but with a hefty price tag, ultimately unaffordable for very those for whom it's intended to. The social housing residents complained how they had a prime view of the pool. It's so close, so easily within their reach, but were not allowed to even pay to become members and use the pool itself. But let's return to the main focus of the narrative, the pool itself. It owes its existence to having to justify moving the US Embassy from such an iconic destination in Grosvenor Square in Mayfair and to attract rich investors. It is highly visible and accessible to only very few, but anyone can get very close to it and see it from below. It renews this increasingly frequent occurrence in our urban lives, which is without any privacy, high visibility, high exposure. Access comes at a high cost, it's only very temporal, very short time, and is for a very selected few. The acrylic sky pool is very photogenic, and it seems quite hard to take a poor picture of it. Transparency, access to those very few that access it, their privacy is sacrificed at the throne of absolute, literal transparency. Yet the new London's diplomatic quarter failed to materialize. With so much housing, it has not become the intended luxury destination. Apparently, even for some potential Chinese buyers, said that it lacks any features which would be unique to London, and claimed that with its similar empty, corporate-looking contemporary apartments, it ironically appears to be even too similar to China. Luxurious and empty, many despaired, but more secretly agreed. Why would you move from the prime location in London's Mayfair to this conflicted new development? Obviously, the reasons were wanting bigger size and having larger area security measures for the US Embassy, which the previous location simply couldn't allow. In its old location, the buildings are now also, you guessed it, luxury hotels and high-end housing, which again features its own 25-meter pool. However, this pool is much more discreet, close to Hyde Park and all the private clubs. Judging from the price tags that the apartment boasts, Trump, who infamously refused to open the US Embassy because he said it was a lousy location, may have been right, after all, when he dismissed it as a simply bad business deal. Let's leave London's newest edition and look at a pool that was never intended to exist. In 1931, in the Soviet Union, the Christ the Savior Cathedral was blown up in spectacular explosion in the middle of Moscow. This destruction happened in order to make way for a new structure, the tallest and the most beautiful structure in the world, the Palace of the Soviets. The prerogative was to destroy the church rather than build the palace, which was placed on a difficult site close to the river, and its brief grew out of all proportions with Stalin in charge, who later added large colossal statue of Lenin of 100 meters high on top. The cathedral was destroyed quickly and the foundations were dug only for construction to be halted due to the war efforts and the acute shortage of steel. More pertinently, it never materialized because it didn't actually need to be built. Instead, it was enough that the palace was painted, modeled, drawn, and redrawn in many variants and featured in many posters, leading many to believe that the structure actually existed. Instead of the magnificent tiered cake structure with the colossal Lenin on top, the circular foundations were filled with water and used as the largest swimming pool in the world for decades. The Moscow pool was opened in 1960 with a diameter of 130 meters. It was the largest in Soviet Union and one of the largest in the world. It could receive 20,000 people. It seems ironic, ultimately, that by destroying a cathedral in order to create the gigantic symbol of a authoritarian regime, for a while this was the site of a massive open-air swimming pool in which everyone in Moscow could swim. Democratic public space of leisure for ordinary people to enjoy. Let's return again to now. Moscow's swimming pool is long gone, closed in 1994, replaced by an identical copy of the church that previously stood in its place in 2000. The palace and the swimming pool are remembered by a few, and only traces exist. What can we learn, if anything, from this narrative of the unintentional circular pool and small, highly visible one which even the most privileged aren't able to access? The intention here is to leave you with the sheer joy that the transparent swimming pool without any visible structure, suspended simply in air above within short tube journey for anyone to see. Another image for us to recall is that of a gigantic open-air circle of water which, despite being created by one of the most authoritarian regimes, provided a pool like no other for ordinary people to enjoy. Thank you.
Would you like to start talking to each other? Should I start asking some questions, perhaps?
I just wanted to confirm that we never talked about it. I thought it was incredible because there were so many.
But I did know what both of you were going to talk about, so it wasn't coincidence, for sure. I kind of planned, very carefully planned the event, though it might seem a little bit surprising at times. But actually, I wanted to start the discussion with something both of you brought up, but also connected to something Anna showed us, the idea of photography, which is very prevalent. But if you remember the photograph which Anna showed us as well, which is the idea of the Olympics and the city behind the Olympic diving pool over there. And I think this concept of photography and photographing and what its purpose is, in some cases it's like this idea, what you said, it's the most photographed pool, but it's inaccessible in a certain way. And in your case, I wonder what is photographed? Is it the pool or is it the horizon? What actually becomes, what is the thing of an infinity pool? or is it, the backdrop actually becomes the most important. And in Anna's case, it was actually the city celebrating one of the biggest events at a particular time that recreates this sort of image that is reproduced multiple times over. A very temporality is lost. So perhaps that could be our starting discussion. Let me know when you want the mic. You actually have it now. Yeah, it's there now. I know. Please.
I just, in terms of the photography, as I said, it's incredibly photogenic, but it's not, I think, just about photography. It's also about mediated image and copying and kind of reducing in size and making it kind of so prolific and so kind of somehow present and yet repetitive and the same. I wanted to actually ask the audience, how many of you have seen the Sky Pool in Nine Elms? It always occurs to me how it's curious how there are very frequently in London many projects which we rightly criticize, but then actually very few of us go and see it firsthand, even though it's very close, in close proximity. And that's one of the things that I wish to emphasize, that yes, there is room for criticism, and but also it's important to celebrate and to enjoy what actually has been achieved, and that we can have in a city so close by structures like this, which are exciting to look at. In many places in this world, you wouldn't be able to go anywhere near it. It would be behind kind of gated walls, and the ordinary public wouldn't be able to even go and take pictures, never mind to live next door or nearby.
Yeah, I found it fascinating the anecdote you told us about the Chinese potential investors finding just be too much like China. And I just pick up this point of the photogenic aspect. And in the previous panel, I jotted some notes, and I take the opportunity to maybe come back to that conversation, because for me there was an underlying thread around visibility, invisibility. It's of course a narcissism of the swimmer in the pool, I would like to add, because in the sea, in the open ocean, I grew up in an island in Mediterranean, you often go swimming, there's nobody, and it's as much about the structured gestures of the strokes you learn as actually the freedom to dancing, Daria said, and really be awkward and nobody sees you. Therefore, that is a wonderful space. But I was struck when you, Daria, said it's invisible. I was like, is it visible? Is it invisible? Is the water transparent? Who sees it? How much do you see it? Is both? And suddenly, this question of the visibility, the sheer visibility of an elevated swimming pool and its photogenic quality, I think, comes into play. And my argument, if anyone's interested, I'm just about to publish a book called On Balance, Architecture and Vertigo. It's the advanced copy. I'm not selling it, but it will come out next month. But there's a year-long project I've been doing around vertigo, and what somebody mentioned before around anxiety. Sorry, I don't know your name, but it struck me what you said about anxiety. Because it's all about that. There's a lot of people who have troubles in confronting heights. For other people, it's a great source of thrill, pleasure, and so on. How do you square that? There's plenty of research from neuroscience, psychology, and so on. But in a nutshell, what I see here, and certainly here and elsewhere, is a shift from the kind of photogenic places where, yes, you know, these are selfie machines, of course, and you have to share the fact that you've been there and validate your experience. But also, something is moving from the so-called architectural vision. This is how Roland Barthes called the Eiffel Tower, right? So the viewing platform, which essentially transformed the city as a spectacle, as a, you know, architecture of vision. The primary purpose of Eiffel Tower is really get you up there and see the city from above, to something which is, yes, it is also these are also viewing platform in a sense, but also they are something more which engages a multi-sensory experience, a visceral, kinesthetic, and oftentimes also problematic in terms of challenging your sense of balance, what I call architectural vertigo. And I see this not only, I mean, it's actually the extreme really end of the spectrum, you know, really swimming pools hanging over the void, right? But actually there's plenty more examples, I think, which speak to this ongoing phenomenon. So, and by the way, isn't there one actually in Shanghai, which is actually hanging over a hotel? So it's not even that original as they claim. Maybe it's the first one, this one between two blocks, but actually...
Yeah, it's between, and it's because it's clear. And,
yeah, but that one is also, I think, is a glass bottomed and it juts out of a multi-story building. So there's again a race to be the first one for primacy, to capture this imagination about the uniqueness, the original experience that you are as much of providing as selling, really, as a part of your development strategy.
Hello. Thank you very much. I think it's, I don't know whether it's a reflection also question, but not directly what you discussed, but more of a curiosity. But I think this floating pool has a sort of equivalent presence to the Covent Garden Royal Ballet School, still existing by August and I. It's sort of twisting corridor connecting both two buildings above street. And that is a dry space. So there is a ballet school where this twisting corridor is for the dancers to go through, students. And water is so heavy. And both of your presentations have lifted the volume of gigantic mass of water in the air, also on the top of the building. And I remember a friend of mine who also did a massive aquarium in a business building. And he said it's like it had to be like 60 centimeters thickness. And also, incidentally, my relative used to have, I'm from Japan, a relative used to have a bathhouse. And it had the same amount of water behind the wall for the circulation, for all the technicality and cleanliness and everything. So I'm just wondering, you know, although it's so clean and it also offers such a, I don't know, the divine experience on top of everything, what goes behind? You know, the circulation, the hygiene behind all these facades. Because in Thelme Vals in Switzerland, they have gigantic underground space for all the circulations, all the cleanliness, and all, I mean, it's a bath, so it's heated. But at the same time, I think it just makes me wonder the section of all these buildings and what is going on to create this luxury or the serene, unnatural.
Well, it takes a lot of work, but also it's very expensive to maintain it. It costs something like £600 just to heat it per day. But I think, you know, thank you for bringing the Covent Garden example, but that's quite a different one because it's much smaller, it's in between, it's suspended in between two buildings, and it functions like a corridor, and it's connecting there's a reason for why it's twisting, because it's connecting two different levels in between the buildings, but also it's not transparent. So that's the kind of the major difference, because this one is floating. It's actually on the roof, on two roofs, and it's floating above, and it's completely clear acrylic.
But doesn't it speak back to the question of visibility and invisibility? You're asking so much we don't see, which allows, it's technically, structurally, for this incredibly evanescent, ephemeral, almost diaphanous, super light thing to have to exist, where actually you should see as little as possible. The acrylic is transparent. Ideally, you shouldn't see anything, just the water, right? So I think, again, to me it's an interesting tension you're pointing out between, so what is there, which is, of course, strikingly visible, because you want it to be seen. It wants to be seen by everybody and photographed, etc. But actually, the amount of stuff which that requires, including the invisible kind of the so-called carbon form, right? Which the carbon footprint, which actually enables these things to, first of all, to come into existence, and it was shipped over from the US. Am I right?
From the US.
So anyway,
yes, it was made and then shipped on a brought on
that's
the
right.
track.
As a block.
There's a question here.
Yeah. Do you have to turn this on, or can you hear me? Okay. Well, I actually swam in the swimming pool in Moscow. I don't know if anybody here did, but I can tell you about my experience of it, if you like.
Yes, please.
And sort of how the layout worked and everything. I was with a colleague from Leicester Polytechnic and a group of students, and I think it was 1985. It was during the big miners' strike. And because there was a big group of us, we were given a free place, and we gave it to a sacked miner who came with us to Moscow and Leningrad. So some of us went off to this pool, and it was, dirt cheap. The public transport cost pennies. Getting into the pool cost next to nothing. So a few of us went in, and it was -20. And there was a circular pool, and there was little kind of changing stations dotted around the outside of the circle. They were all under cover, and you got changed in there. It was separate men and women. And there was, I think, 3 old ladies. Everywhere you went in Moscow at the time, there would be these old ladies, because, well, fair enough, everyone was given a job, even if it was just handing out toilet paper at the toilets. So there was 3 old ladies with their headscarves on and everything. And they were sort of examining everybody, saying, is your swimsuit suitable? Have you got all your hair under your cap? And all this. And then if you didn't, they'd call you a hooligan. That was about the only word I could make out. So anyway, you got changed. You walked downstairs, and then you zoomed off into this pool, and you were swimming in segments, like a cut orange across the middle. The ropes went from a point on the outside of the circle into the centre. So you were swimming in this segment. And because it was -20, you couldn't see anything at all, for the steam rising into -20 temperatures. And having listened to the first presentations about the constraints of swimming in a pool, it seemed, it really made me think of this pool in Moscow already in the first session, because the weather plays such a big part when you start swimming outdoors and everything. So it's not just about who's there, the lifeguards, the chemicals in the water, this and that. It's a completely different experience, because you've got all the changes in the sky, the air temperature and everything. But that place was fantastic. I'll never forget my visit to it. It was brilliant. And I was so sad to hear that they'd built this rubbish cathedral on top of it. I saw a TV programme about it years ago, and it was awful. I mean, Russian government spent pots of money buying these fifth-rate icons on the world art market to put in this horrible cathedral. It was awful. So, happy memories of the Moscow pool.
Thank you.
What a story.
I would just like to add to that fantastically authentic and very accurate description of the Moscow pool. I too was accompanying a group of students from Goldsmiths in the late 80s, I think it was 88 or 89. But all I can add to your fantastic description, actually, it's something to do with what I would very loosely call a kind of phenomenology of swimming in certain extraordinary situations. When I swam in the Moscow pool, it was in January of that year, but it was also at night, and it was snowing. And so when I reached the center of the pool, and all sight of the edge was lost completely because arc lights were illuminating the pool, and therefore the rising steam that you describe was luminous. But looking up, it was snowing, and snow was coming down through the steam and dissolving in the warm water of that extraordinary place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just after Daria, and then you, and then we move to connect. But please feel free to share and reconnect constantly.
I didn't have a chance to swim in the swimming pool, but I remember my grandmother really liked it. She was always there. But I wanted to comment on maybe a line which I saw as a connection of your stories as a collective belief or imagination, because Naira mentioned the drawings of the buildings the building that was never there, and this belief that it's kind of there because it's everywhere on the posters and around, and then the swimming pool that actually becomes you prove that you've been there only by taking a picture. It's this common belief in the fact that the swimming pool will hold your body and the water won't drop all the way down. You believe in the structure. You believe in the appearance of it, even though you never go. I found this connection between your stories.
Actually, building on that, my point is kind of similar. I really like the connection between, this kind of image-based proof that you're there, and also going back to the Soviet palace, of that being, even though it wasn't built kind of serving its purpose of this kind of proof and exhibition of wealth, and that seems to be the case with both of the kind of swimming pools you both talked about as well. And I think it goes to this question of value and what's the kind of function and value of the swimming pool. Because both of these, I mean, especially the sky pool, it seems like it's only available for use for a very few people, and it's very rarely actually used. And it serves more as a display of wealth. And then that contrasted with this Soviet, the Moscow pool, which was clearly, its value was its social function and the service that it gave to the community. And I just wonder if you have any thoughts on the value and function of swimming pools and whether that's changed, or what you think about that.
Again, this is much more for you than for me, I think. But
yeah, it's a beautiful question, and thank you, Daria, for your comment as well. I think it demands a kind of much more coherent answer than I'm able to respond. But Just kind of, I think from my point of view, I really enjoy or kind of I become really interested in these contradictions, I guess, or the kind of relationship between complete kind of unintentional, because Palace of the Soviets, if it was actually built, it wouldn't have been democratic, place for the ordinary people to go in. It would have been for a selected few party politicians, and it was curated and really orchestrated by Stalin, who added this massive structure of Lenin on top, which made it completely unbuildable. But then the architects kind of followed through, and they, for years, for decades, he continued to draw it and continued to paint it, in the hope that it might actually be constructed in some way and form. But then, in the meantime, it created this opportunity for this wonderful kind of democratic space of leisure for ordinary people. And now it's become, it's kind of gone full circle, so 100 years later, it's become, they built exact copy of church that used to be, of the cathedral that used to be in its place. So I think it's important to kind of try and untangle these contradictions, but also not to try and kind of develop them too simplistically. They are quite complex.
I mean, if I can just add briefly, I think Nerma's dual tale of two pools really captures that, and maybe, I mean, it's clearly, I mean, I guess you chose them deliberately because of what they meant, also in terms of the value production involved, in terms of the social uses, of course, the not just public pool, but actually public pool in a communist country, in which, so getting together in the midst of the capital of the Soviet Union really became, I guess, also a very, very symbolic gesture to allow that, versus this. So, it's so clear cut. But just going back a little bit maybe to my point about production value within the so-called experience economy. The experience economy is a concept that was developed by American economists actually in the late 90s, and they said actually tourism was the first industry where things began, actually, theme parks, Disneyland, etc. And actually you got more and more industry that take on board this whole notion that you no longer produce goods, you no longer deliver services, you stage experiences. And this is going to give that edge to pretty much any business. And to me, stage is the word. So these pools are stages for the kind of... so what is the meaning? What is the value involved? Well, there's very, very deliberate value production here in terms of the exclusivity I think I alluded to. And of course, first and foremost, they're not public pools. That's obviously quite a blatant statement. But the fact that they are often in the vicinity of public area, in the public, whatever that means, but will be lured into coming close, witnessing, admiring, feeling, I don't know what, desire, envy, and so on and so forth. But also the idea where you place. In my own tale, I was clearly on the other side. It was very, very, very close. You can almost hear that water splashing and so on. So for me, it's also interesting, also what you said about the sky pool being there in the midst of a large redevelopment area in Europe, and also including some very controversial. We know there's kind of affordable housing, but there is some of that. It's a relatively diverse area, and then you've got this. What place does it occupy? So I will add to values and meanings the kind of symbolic. Architecture has always had symbolic values, but I think the symbolism of these places go way beyond the notion of swimming, because I think what Naina said before was very interesting in terms of the strokes, the styles are constructed, the four main styles, etc., of swimming and so on. But here, as you said, they're so small. I mean, clearly you can barely. Can you do some proper crawl and so on? I mean, certainly not in the in infinity pool. You can't do that. They're not really about swimming in terms of proper swimming, so to speak. Really, it's more about the kind of leisure experience, which is inextricably bound up with this sort of status symbol.
The sky pool is actually proper 25-meter pool.
25, okay.
Yeah. So it's just that we see only small sections.
So you managed to do lanes without...
Well, the larger parts are on the roof. So it's just the middle section.
Yes, it's much longer than what you see
But also because of the distance, it also...
So maybe we just need to wrap this one up. But I have one question before you go. And this is for Davide, actually. You mentioned the Haha wall as a kind of inspiration for the Infinity Edge. I just want to also, later on today we'll see the sea pools, the tidal pools. And I just, perhaps that's also one of the early inspirations for the Infinity Edge. The pool that was like kind of bordered by the sea, which allowed, for when the waves were very high, they kind of filled up the pool. And then, when they subsided on low tide, the pool remained with warmer water, and basically the granite around, which separated the pool from the sea, remained as like a safety border in a way. But that also allowed the expansive view that an Infinity Edge. So I wonder how much that also, perhaps, it's one of the early precedents of creating the sense of infinity within the sea.
Yeah, the examples I brought from John Lautner are kind of elevated actually above sea level, but depending on where you are, you get a sense of one single spread, exactly, water flowing. Yeah, no, I'll take that on board. That's a very, very interesting point. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and we move to the next panel.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Dore. I've arrived here from Vancouver just to talk about swimming pools. Why not? So the image you see on the screen is actually a render that we did for a project. And I did that in 2016. And I realized the project never got built. It's also a rooftop. It's a rooftop swimming pool on a top of 60-story building in Vancouver. And the whole idea is it talks about this phenomena of spaces elevated up so that exclusive use is given to the people who buy into the condominium and experience the sunsets and skyline. So it's a very similar metaphor that goes in many parts of the world with vertical living. But what was interesting for me is a project that didn't get built, but a render, somehow an interpretive mode came about as to how now I see what was proposed in a different light. And I think that was very interesting when I got the email from Anna saying, let's talk about a swimming pool and talk about a story. So this story was fabricated through this rendering, and how I had designed it for one purpose, and now I've readapted it to another academic narrative, which I thought was quite relevant. So I'm going to just start reading a few things here. So the element of water has always been a fabric in our life. And our culture, and most compulsively in all desires, especially when we begin to contemplate rest and recreation. There are two paths I could have taken on this readaptive use of this rendering in academic senses. One could have been psychosexual terms, or the other could be a pathological terms, which, is it too loud?
Maybe, yeah. Upstairs?
Okay. No, okay, sorry. Was I too loud? So the pathological terms is what I was going to take this render. And so as far as culture goes, both ancient and contemporary, water is symbolically known for its magical healing powers. to overcome pain, and even therapeutically known when we stand under our daily showers or soak in our tubs or afloat in a mineral spa. It seems to cleanse our mind and soul and free us from all daily wrongs. It is a healing agent to extinguish fear when there is pain. To swim, one is clearly dependent on water. So without water, you're not swimming. But I think swimming has two dimensions. One, we are 95% water. So when we impose ourselves, we are making a contract, an interior. Our interior forms a sort of a contract with the interior of the pool, in its water. And then we also allow the water in the pool to guide us. You know, whether you're treading it or whether you're just staying afloat on it, even when you're swimming in it, there is still the water guiding you, even if you are doing the strokes. But a lot of this discourse pertaining also relates to electronics, because in our electronic world that we live in, we are always speaking about liquidity, meaning the flow, being with the flow, going with the flow, and hardly having to resist the flow. And so I think that we must consider the possibility that swimming and information are highly essential, sensuous, a delightful experience, as we have heard from my colleagues before me. And it's a very collective thing. There's a lot of togetherness in a pool. And so does our social media. There's a lot of togetherness. Which brings me to the point is, if you are swimming all the time, then you do not know you are swimming. Mark Wigley once said in his lectures, which I thought was a lot of humor in a very serious discussion, is that he said, a fish does not have a concept of water until you take the fish out. Then the fish might say, I have a concept, and let's call it water, and I want to be back into it. So if you asked a swimmer to speak about swimming, we will realize that the swimmer would say it differently when the swimmer is not swimming. And this is the basis of Macmillan's argument. The environment is exactly that which you don't perceive. Now, trained as an architect, the pandemic has been the perfect alibi to critically question this unprecedented tsunami in the Department of Behavioral Science, in the realm of sociology and the built environment. You know, we've been asked to stay away from buildings, and we've been asked to stay in our buildings. So it's been a really strange time of how we socialized and we unsocialized in relation to buildings, and so this has been very interesting for me when this assignment came along. And what was interesting for me was to make a reference of this bathing culture or swimming culture to the beverage cultures of the English pubs and cafes in France. This reference is not far from the truth in terms of its collective habitat and what these venues instigate. And diving deep into this analysis, what is apparent is that every pool goer spending time in the sun are boosting their dopamine levels, right? Swimming releases an endorphin, the natural feel-good hormones that lead us to experience a greater sense of happiness and well-being. So what's presented before me then is a society in a form of a swimming pool with a compulsion to propel a pain-free euphoria. It is as though everyone is either plunging or wading in a pool of anesthesia. And so when there's a splash of algophobia, this irrational, disproportionate fear of pain results in a perpetual hypnosis. So permanent anesthesia has brought about mental numbness annihilating our ability to confront the tragic. The very element that Nietzsche claims affirms life amid the most extreme of sufferings. Today's algophobia is based on a paradigm shift. On a societal level, less and less space is given to conflicts and contradictions that might prompt painful discussions, and the pressure to conform and to reach consensus intensifies. Instead of arguments and competitions over better ideas, there is a surrender to a systematic compulsion. The pain-pleasure principle developed by Freud suggests that people make choices to avoid or decrease pain, or make choices to create or increase pleasure. But more and more so, we live in a society of positivity that tries to extinguish any form of negativity. The mind, Hegel says, is characterized by the capacity to preserve itself in contradiction and therefore in pain. Our mind is an evolving tissue fueled by pain. Through pain, our mind reaches higher structures of knowledge, expanded consciousness, and new insights. Pain transforms our minds. In a swimming pool, beauty in a form of color, which is blue, in my renderings I made it blue, is because it's pain's complementary color, and the swimmer imagines beauty at all times. Immersed in beauty, none of the swimmers in the pool are looking at their palms. There is no logarithms in the pool, and in Nietzsche's words, is the liberator of the spirit. AI is no more than a computing machine capable of deep learning but incapable of experience, which is what AI lacks. There is no such thing as profound computing, nor is there pain logarithms. The cause of this human condition is the crisis in communication. The new means of communications are admirable, but they produce enormous noise. Communication is the fastest when the same meets the same. It is accelerated by the like. Pain, by contrast, contradicts this. The entire world is developing into a panopticon. There is no outside. The panopticon is becoming total. No walls separating the inside from the outside. Google and social networks, which present themselves as spaces of freedom, are assuming a panopticon form. Today's surveillance is not occurring as an attack on freedom, as it normally assumed. Instead, people are voluntarily surrendering to the panoptic's gaze, as a swimming pool goer does. The prisoner of this digital panopticon is both a predator and a victim at the same time, and here lies the dialectic of the freedom. Freedom turns out to be a form of control where the society of achievers, we perform and exhibit various aspects of ourselves to the extent that every achievement subject is in themselves their own advertisement. We commodify and we sell ourselves as entrepreneurs. We are in constant denial that we are swimming in the communications network, the largest artifact ever created by our species, the one single enormous electrified body that sustains our society in economics, sexualities, and identity. So in conclusion, in my swimming pool story, I have attempted to lift the veil of technology and help us understand what lies beneath. We are living in a shallow achievement society where all negativity has been erased, edges smoothed, and filters applied. In a pandemic pool, none of the swimmers are prepared to expose themselves to pain. Acquiescence is a phlegmatic act. It only permits a pose to pleasure. In our compulsion for happiness, we are revealing more and more of ourselves and seeing less and less of the other in a constant pressure for achievement, success, and self-gratification. We are becoming immensely isolated and detached from nature, from the authentic experience, and from all other people. That rendering is me as a lone swimmer in a shallow, climatic pool. Thank you.
That's wonderful, Chris, and I think the magic of Naina of pairing us, because there are several things I will pick up on without any prior knowledge. I have responded to the invitation by means of a poem, and I must say, I really enjoyed the debates on the narcissistic tendency of swimmers. It came very naturally, and it's a very short piece. But then I thought what I can do here is to kind of prelude it by means of a few notes. So there are 5 notes I wrote in relation to the poem, 4 of which I will read before the poem and 1 comes after. So footnote number 1, float body. And I must borrow Foucault's analogy of a boat as a floating piece of space, in a place without a place, that is closed in on itself and at the same time is given over to infinity of the sea. And he correlated that to also a condition of being simultaneously the greatest reserve of imagination. And here I want to exchange the body of the boat with the swimming body, and also in itself and in relation to its context, a floating piece of space. A heterotopic space, one can argue, which is not a void, and that cannot be abstracted. And that saturated matter that the body battles through or finds release from is that which is a constitute a compound body. So this is what swimming pool offers, that condition of diving in and becoming fluid, of simultaneously being encumbered and extensive, simultaneous flowing and saturated. And one can argue that it's the space of our dreams, but then also our needs to move, our needs to travel, and countless stories of voyage and countless stories of adventures, the otherworldly existence. So footnote number 2, a stranger in water. So rather than proposing that freedom comes with the liberation of the self, of affirmation and exclusion through which homogeneity triumphs, Julia Kristeva invites us to consider the goal of human autonomy, which can be seen as a psychological evolution or a political fate, to be the possibility, whether a constraint or a choice, to find the others in ourselves, the stranger within the familiar. And this sense of freedom enables that access to alterity. And so coming into the swimming pool sense, this may be that nakedness, the wetness, the fish-likeness, or the fear and exuberance of abandoning the fermatas of the ground, the solidity of the bound of the territorial, which is the realm which we assume architecture to tend itself to be. Swimming pool offers a condition, in Kristeva's term, of autonomy, precisely as a strange anomaly in the assumed solidity of our physical environment. We are both challenged and free by the prospect of our own strangeness when entering it, and that we can be different and be both. Footnote number 3. This is where I explained the image. This came from a production piece called Like a Fish Out of Water. And it combines live dance performance in and around the Lidos at Hillingdon and Hampden, with film footage of dance, underwater swimming, and fantasy sequence played for the audience on an iPod with the narrative, sound effects, and music through their personal headphones. This is a piece developed in collaboration with English National Ballet as part of the London 2012 Cultural Olympiad Festival. The piece presents an exciting new concept that blends site-specific performance and handheld video technology, and the concept was developed by Seven Sisters Group with a host of high-profile partners, including South Bank Centre, V&A Museum, Theatre Royal York, etc., during a 3-year research phase. And the narrative which you hear through your iPhone, as you physically walk through these lidos, you're being guided by simultaneous layers of imageries and stories. And the story kind of juxtaposes fragments of the life of a woman, now in her 60s, so she's a fictional character called Submarina, queen of the deep, who always loved to be in the water and felt trapped on land. And moments from her real and fantasy life were enacted on screen and by the dancers before us. The film footage showed mythological creatures, including a mermaid in a rippling red dress, as you see here, dancing a love duet, a selkie, a seal-like creature, hopping, rolling, and undulating on the ground. And then there are sequences of an underwater diver with a bomb on a mission to save the country, a 50s housewife ironing underwater while her good-for-nothing husband sat reading the paper, fit young men diving into the pool, preening, posing, and strutting their stuff to catch the eye of a young woman, and a wonderfully choreographed and stylish Busby Berkeley-style dance for the female dancers in the 30s, one-piece suits and colorful swimming rings around their waists. It was very much a celebration piece of a particular culture that goes around the Lidos of London. And that leads to footnote number 4, a city without Lido. In brackets, with Lidos, as we persisted. Story of the London Fields Lido, which is the context of the poem. And the success of Lidos in the city began in the 1920s, where London County Council offered London boroughs the chance to build their own Lidos with large subsidy from the LCC. And Hackney first investigated the idea in 1928, and after some initial disagreement, whether either it should be in London Fields or Hackney Marshes, they decided that it should be in London Fields. The present site was decided in 1930. And the original size of the pool, which became also quite important, as the poem will contest, 165 times 66 feet in Lido. So it actually came as the earliest surviving example of its style, with advanced filtration plant, a tiered water aerator, a fountain, and a large sunbathing area, and a refreshment kiosk, and a first aid room. And that also, it's a microcosm of the social life and of that particular borough. And when you imagine that London actually by the end of the 30s has built more than 60 Lidos across the greater London areas, and one could just imagine how that cuts across in the cultural imagination. And so the one last information about the London Field Lido is that it was suspended. It was actually closed down in the 1980s. It was used. It was suspended during wartime, but reopened along with the Festival of Britain, and imminent closure in the 1980s. And actually, by then, 68 Lidos across Greater London was down to 10 surviving pools, and most of which have been bulldozed. Victoria Park, which was the other very popular Hackney pool, was bulldozed in the 80s. And that was the shock that sent people around the London Fields Lido to form a campaign to save it. And it took 20-odd years, up to 30 years, before it was revamped. And now the following piece was only possible because of sharing the luck of the Lido to have survived and to embrace all the bodies that desires to float in it. So I named the piece "The Fish I Found at London Fields." And it's a tribute to my partner. It's a love poem. Otherworldly is the anticipation of a date and an imminent plunge. In that pocket of tiled wetness, from where splashing sound spills over, walls that stood in a green field. I don't know you yet. This is where we, amidst intimate strangers, are about to lay bare and float. Doors after doors, following now more discernible sounds of splatter, splosh, swash, and slop. Reaching the cubicles, the purification to come is announced by the bite of chill and whiffs of the asbestos. You have persuaded me that a Lido dip in London in December is desirable. Putting my toes in, nippy. slipping into waist-high cringe. The goosebumps on my tropical skin needed easing with a few breaths, deep breath, another breath. Okay, we're in. Another world of suspension carried by pneumatic pulses in a liberated substrate. Our bodies, many bodies, bobbing, bubbling along the horizon between liquid and air, or going under, be it fish in water, be the wave that flutter and quiver. The lift of gravity offers a chance for extension, as if I have dissolved in element and in scale, to vibrate like a water molecule in an aqueous universe. It is just short of 50 meters length, required for competitive Olympic-size swimming, you said, which saved it from being turned into a training pool. Bliss, I thought, as there's no need to be human here with their manly concerns or contests. With a great big push from the side, I am the subaquatic creature, sinking, gliding, belly touching the deep. Oh, so you're about to go away to an arid place where the sea is a hot bath. The message came in time to close the year and to open another, with a curious watering finding, who will return from the desert to be satiated again by the Lido. This is just short, but yet boundless. Behind the walls and rhythmic slush, where we found the interlude to coalesce as fishes in each other. So one really minor footnote, and actually this connects to Chris really well. I'm going to refer to Freud. Immersion as in distinction. So Freud has suggested that dream processes can be characterized by condensation and displacement. And learning from swimming pools, I would like to add another characterization, which is the condition of becoming indistinct. So the tyranny of consciousness rides on distinction, on separation, and make repetitive, countable objects. The conservation defense of the ego ensures solidity and division, and lock us in the assumed safety of familiarity. Maybe that is where the narcissistic drive sits, and homogeneity. But countering that, that's what swimming does, maybe certain pools that does. It's the alternative logic of the unconscious, offering its energies, resources, and potentialities. And dreaming is that which enables a certain exchange of innovation between these two domains or languages of existences. Dream, thus, is always a kind of swim. Is that which opens on process of indistinction, of blurring and overlapping, of occupying precisely that threshold of condition of becoming and unbecoming. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to ask each other the questions, or do you want me to start a discussion?
You start.
Yeah? Okay. I thought it was really fascinating that both of you, I mean, I did decide to put both of you together. I mean, it was not, again, not a coincidence. But what I did find very interesting is that both of you talk about suspension of disbelief in some way. You know, but then the other thing that I really liked about both your work, and the reason you're together, is not only what the content that you say, but the fact that you took the brief that was given to you and you created, for example, Chris, you sent me back an interpretive diary, and Doreen, you sent me back a poem. And it was also the method, the mode of, the writing itself was very different. And it was quite interwoven with what you all were talking about. It was, the form and the content was super, and inextricable in a way. So would you like to talk about that?
Sure. Yeah, I guess that is the part that I have not read today. The becoming of this short stories began with my visit into the city in the month of September. And I had just gone to the Serpentine Gallery and went to the bookshop and bought myself a book. I brought it here with me. So I've started reading him. He's Korean. I think he's Korean British, isn't it? Yeah. And he's a philosopher, and you are free to come by and have. And title talks about this idea of how we generally fear pain as humans based on kind of the way we live our lives. And he calls it the algophobia, and how we how this conditioning has gone across the society, and we are unconscious about it. We live it every day, but we don't actually, and that's what I mean by, you're swimming in this thing, but you still don't know that you're swimming in it. And so I thought that was quite interesting, because the day after that, the Queen passed away. And so the whole world goes into this incredible splash of fear and pain, because they've lost probably the most longest lived head of state, right? And that kind of fear brings up a certain threshold of pain. But the irony is then I'm going through the city, and of course there's a huge shutdown in the city, roads are closed, people can't get access anywhere, and billboards are just having pictures of her, and you realize that everyone is trying to deal with this pain, but strangely enough, they're using only one medium, electricity, right? And we are reading either in the palms of our hand, we are sending messages everywhere, billboards are doing what they're doing, but you realize that that is what I see when I see people congregated around a pool, that despite of what the afternoon was or what the morning is going to be, when you come into a pool setting, you are divorced of all of that. You're just dealing with, you're trying to make yourself happy, and you're trying to be feeling good. And that somehow gets down to these pathological terms of ourselves, where a certain hormones is released simply because your proximity to the pool and the water and the immersion allows you to release these hormones that immediately makes you feel well, even though it's temporary, but you feel well. And when you are interacting with others in the pool, it's always, there's no aggression. Aggression is erased, negativity is erased, and everything is positive. But what I'm seeing is, it's not just in the pool, it's how we live on the streets. We literally are living in positivity, and we have taken away all roughness and all pain and all that stuff. And I think that, to me, it's a condition that I think is actually quite artificial. And I think what it's doing is we are becoming more conformative, and we are no longer getting that aggression for, passion. Like, if you feel strongly about something, why are you not stating it? Because politically, it's not the right thing to do. And so we shy away from that kind of confrontation. And I see the parallels of the swimming pool as an architectural object that creates this sort of psychological existence. And there's only one way to exist in the water, or being in the water, or even close to the water. Even if you're not in the water and you're on a sun deck chair, tanning away, sipping on your mojito, you're still got a smile in your face, because the compulsion of happiness is compulsory. There is no negotiation, And I think divorcing yourself from that environment or that architecture, and you go to the streets that we live in and the places that we inhabit, we are no different.
Yeah, I just to add to that, but it's quite interesting, because Doreen is talking about falling in love, which is possibly the most painful thing that a human being can ever do to themselves.
It's full of pain.
Because at the end of the day,
it's full of pain.
Love kind of determines. It's kind of on this sort of, it's always on this precipice. It can cause you the maximum amount of pain in a way, which is quite interesting. It doesn't. It can cause you the maximum happiness, but it's always at that moment of, which is quite interesting, because it's your poem. It's almost embracing pain. It's
also responding to Chris's observation, and also earlier discussions about free fall. And so I grew up swimming in a swimming pool, and I realized that when, let's say, being a competent swimmer, I get shocked when I'm being thrown into the sea or something. You know, when you start to realize that my trust in my ability to swim is actually conditioned by that particular architecture, where the ability was instilled in me or become me. And so when I'm in, let's say, a very predictable swimming pool, I do my swims. But I realize also people are kind of misusing it. Oh, the lifeguard, Monjis. And actually, there will be two kinds of reactions to those people jumping from the wrong edge, and they're kind of throwing things in, and they're diving, and they're crossing these black lines, these kind of the orderliness of the training pools, which is actually in me. I realize my swimming is so much conditioned by that. But then I really actually look at these very precarious actions that's going around the edges with jealousy. Because they actually both present the risk very literally, but then also I started to understand the loss under my own kind of conditioned swimming. And that loss actually started to open up to say, okay, next time if I go to a lake, maybe I could learn not to see it as yet another swimming pool, because you can do that. Even along the sea, there are very serious swimmers that make lanes out of the sea. And to this day, you need to be very strong to swim in a straight line in midst of waves, as we know. And so I just want to come back to Naina's kind of provocation. And I think taking risk would be something I like to raise also to discussion, because that also is something involves pain, about acceptance of that. And the trade-off may actually be that one start to recognize other potentialities that within oneself, and then also how that requires another body kind of making the provocation or contestation. So the witnessing of an act of a very precarious leap, someone who is just either in Olympic style of just the sheer height and the sheer precision that they manage, that also involves a lot of pain to get to that form. But then simply breaking all that, to throw that away, to say it's just my body and my water, and also kind of start to listen to the water as well. So the water invites new adventures as it unfolds. And I think that is both a process of love and, of course, the dream that has been footnoted. And then also, I think the really amazing opening of this kind of dimension of pain, or sealing kind of to preventing one or defending one against pain, which this kind of immersion seemed to provide. But then actually another kind of immersion is that when you're actually able to be doing something beyond yourself, isn't it? Like you're like, oh, I can actually do that leap that someone else has just done. And I realized, I have both the capability, but then also the embracing of that risk.
Yeah.
So that.
I mean, that's very interesting, because what I'm thinking now is I'm going back to the first party of the three speakers, where, this notion about the Olympic diving board and the photogenic aspects of it, of the city in the background. So that narrative is just filled with beauty and happiness and phenomena. And that's what I mean, is that the pool invites that kind of narrative and invites that kind of observation and conclusion. But I like to ask the three speakers, now that you kind of heard where Dorian and I are coming from, and I now just realized, it just occurred to me as she was speaking, that the Olympic diver who's climbing up the vertical ladder, I think it's easy for us to glorify about what she's about to do or he's about to do. But I'm pretty confident, because I do play sports. I don't play Olympic sports, but just about when I'm about to kick a ball or hit a racket, there is the fear whether you're going to get it right, whether it's going to be the right shot, it's going to be the best shot. And I'm sure that Olympic diver is going up with fear. And then I also now realize that when the diver has completed the dive, and this idea of this connection to the water and the security of the break. Now, there is pain. There's this anticipation of pain because as fluid as water and as soft as it may be, I mean, I understand that the splash has to be minimal, like it cannot even be a big splash. So there's a lot of engineering involved in this very fluid act, which I think is an interesting way to look at it, which is full of fear and pain and nothing more, right? But then there is the celebration of, you know, the points. I mean, when you look at the scoreboard, when they're trying to figure out how well they've done, I mean, you gotta admit, they are in so much pain before and after the result, because it's never good enough, you know. But it's an interesting thing, because it's still about that same architectural body that we're all talking about, which is the pool.
Yes, I have two comments for both of you. Please, in relation to the book.
Yeah, Byung-Chun An, yeah.
It just made me realize another book from the same author,
Yes.
Society of Transparency,
Yes.
in which he also writes that we want to show the world that we are happy.
Yes.
And that also reflects that, well, with the social media, Instagram, everything, basically, we are not facing our true self, our pains, our fears. But then on the other hand, when Naina was saying in relation to Doreen's presentation that it was an act of love, but love also involves pain.
Yes.
And also, and then it reminded me of another book from the same author that is about love, and love in insane, something like that. I think it was translated the text, in which, well, love doesn't involve fear, basically, because you trust, because it's not, it doesn't involve lack. You don't lack anything, basically. So when Doreen is reading her poem, she trusts that she can do, even though she's afraid, she can swim because she knows that she does it for love, right? The poem is dedicated to her partner, but she doesn't fear that lack because that lack doesn't exist. So it's about understanding or the condition that when you have fear, it's not only because you lack something, but also because you expect either the other one or the environment, in this case the swimming pool, it's going to give you whatever it is, right? But love, as in his reflection, and he quotes various, Eric Fromm, I think, various other authors,
yeah.
He says that we don't have to expect. That's not love. So that's how I can connect with Doreen's poem, because she doesn't expect the other one to give something back to her, you know, as a mirror.
But as you're saying that, what she does do is she takes the risk.
Well,
I mean,
yes,
yeah.
because
she's
just when you said at the very beginning, when you are really afraid, you freeze.
Yes.
But it also has a positive side, in which you feel that adrenaline, and you can do it, but it doesn't paralyze you.
Yes.
You
yes.
don't. It doesn't change your behavior or movement. That's why the divers can perform.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry. Before you answer, maybe KB can ask a question. Yeah. He's been waiting, and I've not let him do it in the previous.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
So sorry.
No, no worries.
And then we break for lunch, and then we can perhaps continue the
No
discussion.
problem.
Sure. Sure.
Sorry.
I think overall in this discussion today, this morning, it feels like we talk about water and there's this sense of leisure, this sense of pleasure. But for me, the perception of the swimming pool is very different. And it kind of relates back to that feeling of pain or something like that. Because I remember my very first time learning how to swim. It is in a swimming pool, and it has a sense of competition because you're actually swimming back and forth. So in that classroom environment, you're forced in the group swimming back and forth in a certain speed. So there's that interesting feeling of swimming pool. For me, it's always competition. It's not leisure. So, and it has that very different feeling of dipping in, for example, the pool at, for example, Hampstead Heath.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sense of freedom, or dipping in a lake, or dipping in seawater. So swimming in a swimming pool is kind of constructed. It has a certain rule. So swimming is not really something intrinsic, but must be taught. I feel that so the swimming pool feels very architectural in a sense to me. We have constructed a set of rules, and we have a spectator section and a lifeguards, coming back to Monzi, that overlook the pool. We have a uniform to wear going into the pool, as if we are going into some kind of ritual with a certain attire. And we swim accordingly back and forth. So when Chris talked about freedom in swimming, there's almost a sense of freedom within a certain constructed rules in swimming pools. And I begin to wonder, since when we've constructed this artificial, rectangular volume of water with a set of rules and built around inhabited environments, and which becomes this place of leisure in an urban environment. And for me, it almost feels like leisure around asceticism, that we are not entirely free. We're actually having this kind of freedom within a lot of rules, actually, with a very much constructed environment. And we have that sense of leisure within that.
Yeah, I think this is a moment to connect to Nirma's a fantastic example of the Moscow pool. I've not quite swum in quite that large one, but then in Budapest they also have quite a few very large pools as such. And I think this is where this leisure start to take on sort of two sides of the same coin, or sort of double meaning, or even paradoxical meaning. So you could argue that a form of leisure, which in a way the Lido periods of Greater London, even across UK, certainly share. So leisure is that which of a program time that you're not working, but you're supposed to be having fun. Okay, so to socialize, you know, and there are definitely destinations which the state provides. And you could say there's certain elements of play or playfulness for it, or festivity to it. But again, it's something which, so social life is programmed, and then therefore it kind of establish reasoning towards a spatial provision. So therefore, that is the underlying ethos or ideology. With the emergence and the popular and multiplicity, like multiplication of these lidos as a sort of a social instrument, and I think in the state of Moscow and Hungary, it's even more kind of intensified in the sense of that building into the work life of all citizens. But then leisure is also kind of flipped when we kind of, let's say, borrow Davide's idea of the vertigo, which to me is actually starting to connect with discussions of that risk that one takes. So you could say we can challenge the space by misusing it, okay? So the bodies and the subjects, you know, they may be, let's say, following the time or following the behavior patterns as expected, and then you come back with, let's say, saying to yourself that I'm happy, I've had my swim, you know, I met my friends, it was great. But then within the same package of the experience, I think there's also sort of a challenge that one presents to itself, or maybe one could even say something in the architecture, in the setting, maybe it's that largeness, I don't know, in the Moscow pool, that simply is not, okay, you can take away, let's say, a predictable, let's say, sense of happiness, because I've spent my leisure time very, very nicely. But then maybe you did something different, or maybe the water invites you, maybe it's the opacity that you're not able to see, the temperature, etc. And I think there's another level which at the threshold maybe of or kind of what we call it the subconscious level, that you take away that, because of the setting, or because of some ladders or steps, or because of slipperiness, or because of the presence of others, that you actually perform slightly differently. And this is a little bit like me going back to my story of swimming in the swimming pool and swimming at the sea for me. One could say there's architecture of the pool, there's also architecture of the sea. And they provoke different kinds of swim for me. And I could say I'm equally happy with both settings, but then the challenge that the architecture poses back to the body is also very interesting. If we think of it as, let's say certain heights or certain largeness or certain kind of mixture of thresholds, sometimes you can only enter from this end and exit that end. Sometimes you can enter from multiple ends, and then that creates a different sort of dynamic and challenges. And I think that is something, let's say, slightly beyond program leisure. It's almost like the leisure is that suspension of a certain control that enables a new discovery to occur. And architecture needs to be there to offer that, because other than that, it's a fixated spatial performance. So, I mean, it's a great question. And I also, start to think of what architecture vertical as both the sub-layers of the experience, even if you're like up in that sky pool, to say, okay, yeah, we could say there's a sort of fetishization of those kind of spectacular, the spectacle of that image, isn't it? But I'm actually trying to imagine how I'm going to feel if I had a chance to swim in it. And that's it's the same pool, but I'm asking two questions towards it. And if I do really actually can swim in it somehow, or challenge myself too, not sure, then that actually redefines my relationship to the architecture, doesn't it? Or adds or crowds different meanings to it.
Sorry, Chris, can we...
Sure.
I'm so sorry to do this.
Sorry,
no worries.
Carried on too long.
No, it was perfect, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but we need to have an answer, we come back. And then perhaps, you can pick it up.
Sure. I think we got some interesting things about construct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Presentations, because one's a group at the end. So we're going to start with Agnes, who's online, and then we're going to have David Ward, and then we're going to have Tomoko. Do I say it correctly? Perfect. So please introduce yourselves, if you and feel free to start presenting.
Hi, I'm Agnes. Thank you for the invitation. A brief introduction. I work as an interior architect as well as a cultural worker in Vienna. My work focuses around collective creation and the exchange of experience and co-production of habitats, I would say. But today, and by the means of the pool, I will talk about the interrelationship of spatial decisions and sociological consequences bound to resource extraction. My project is called Past, Petrol, Present. I don't know if you want to switch to the next slide, maybe.
I'll do that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Then you see the two images here. The one is an archive image from the opening ceremony of the public swimming pool. And the second one is a still from a performance of the installation that resulted from my research. The site I investigated is in the northeast of Austria, about 60 kilometers of the outskirts of Vienna and close to the Czech and Slovakian border. And it's in the center of the geological formation called the Vienna Basin. And I'm specifically looking at a small village which is called Neusiedl an der Zeier. And the first written records of this village date back to 1245. And until the 1930s, people there really almost exclusively lived from agriculture till in the summer of 1915, the first oil well was drilled there. And that was due to the fact that the borders of the Austro-Hungarian Empire were withdrawn after the First World War, and it was really crucial for the Austrians to find oil in their territory. And they were searching for oil for quite a while, and finally the breakthrough came in 1932 with a few hundred tons of oil. And from this moment on, the extractive industry really structured the space of the village, the space in which completely new experiences were made and that further established a certain culture. Due to the easy inflammability and the ground contamination of oil, of course, the petroleum storage facilities were placed outside of the village, and on this long road between village and oil facilities there was a lot of space for leisure sites, and in the spirit of classical conditioning they placed the public swimming pool there. In a storage box of an inhabitant of the village, I found a cut-out newspaper article from the day of the opening of the pool that you also see the picture of on the slide. It was the 23rd June in 1963, and after a construction period of 1 year, I think 2,000 people gathered for this festivity. On the picture you witness a crowd of dressed up people surrounding this freshly filled pool, and I think what is really significant here is also the upper half of the picture, where in the depths you can see more than 10 grid towers from the oil industry, which kind of enclose the crowd and refer to what they actually celebrate there. Also in a speech of the board director of the Austrian Mineral Administration, he recalls that they were providing all the financial means, and he mentions that the OMV, the company's shortcut name, was always there to help the principle of mens sana in corpore sano, offering the experience of oil prosperity to everyone. After the speech, a kind of fun competition by these 6 guys you see in the back was held. They swam in a snail pace from one end of the pool to the other. And I think this captures a great paradox of modernity, where on the one hand, technological acceleration has promised to free up and save time, and on the other hand, the wheel of this global infrastructure continues to consume and speed up life and can, I don't know, catch you in the feeling that you constantly need to be in a functional mode. This acceleration of life through these capital structures is countered here by this deceleration of swimming. After the competition, the fake winners each also got a gift basket from the field director, which then declares the pool as open. And now, how does this architecture speak to us? It's not just a random free-form pool. The pool is swimming is a competition pool. You also see the starting blocks. So the pool and the shape of the pool asks with its formal language to swim a very specific style and to perform, to compete also. And with all of this, it creates hierarchies. And I think that this is a pattern that remains in the swimmer. So the ceremony promotes a beautiful and prosperous and progressive culture of oil. And I think that the pool is a tangible element for this petro-culture that is lived but actually not recognized as such. To compare these experiences, a majority of the adults could actually not swim when they opened the pool, and especially most of the women have never tried to learn it. From stories and interviews I had, the people told me that as children they were damming up the little rivers to create a pool, which must have been a very dirty and muddy operation to swim in there. And there is a huge contrast to the new chlorine outdoor pool where a lifeguard monitors everything, and which is a completely different way of bathing, totally changed the bathing culture, of course, and the experience that socializes the body. And with this opening day, I think an era of flat surfaces began, of paved roads, perfect lawns, and much of the specificity of the place got flattened out. And all this is also captured in the tiles of the pool, I think, which are a mass-produced product, plain white and flat wipeable and standardized they are like a symbol for these characteristics. And so in the installation, which is the second image you see on the slide, I developed this installation in sync with my research to explore the layers that lie underneath these tiles, and I produced a set of drawings from all the stories and archive materials that I kind of collected, and these drawings were engraved in the tiles. I built this set construction like ripped out part of the competition pool, which you see on the image there, and first is a completely white cube that contains and hides these drawings. The calibrated balance between seen and unseen kind of invited the audience to participate in the reading of the work. And from the idea of performing in the pool, in the legacy of recreational spaces of oil-producing settlements, I introduced my own body into this equitation. And through the ritualistic coating of the white smooth surfaces with the black oil, the drawings mapping this long-lasting dependency on the oil industry are made visible. And by this, I try to confront the viewer to the invisibility and the much wider perspective of the effect and influence created by oil. I think since the beginning of the 20th century, oil has made up largest parts of the world as we know it, and it is everywhere, and yet in its raw form somehow invisible. And leisure sites in which these experiences were made were a crucial part of this process of urbanization initiated by the resource extraction to further shape the subjectivities. So the decline of these sites monitor what kind of happens to these boom towns' energy-dependent interiors if then the pump jacks suddenly run dry, which is a recurring reality of an industrialized world that is always searching for raw materials to extract somewhere and then repeatedly leaves behind shaven stretches of land that are covered with these redundant infrastructures, which are built attempts at appeasement as a symptom of political tension, and they leave behind these marooned, exhausted people as well. So the flow of petroleum from Neusiedl has been expressed in the depth of the swimming pool that people still dive into today because it's one of the last remaining leisure sites that survived this abandonment of the industry. And by enabling this bodily experience of wealth and comfort for this large mass, the pool accustomed and also, I think, bound people to the petroculture. Thank you.
Yep. So, hello. My name's David Ward. I'm an artist, and but also it's very nice to be back in this room. I taught here quite a lot in the late 90s and early 2000s. I didn't think Naina clearly has a very good eye for poetic association. that extraordinary photograph of the swimming pool with a backdrop for that pool, not of a cityscape that we saw some instances of earlier, but of oil wells. And I'm going to talk about a piece of work, a temporary piece of work I made, the title of which was Well, but a well of a different sort of order. The photographs you see, one during daylight and one at dusk, show two views of the temporary installation that was at a swimming pool that no longer exists in Leamington Spa in the Midlands here in England. Before I talk, I'm just going to, because things like this don't happen in a solitary kind of mode, they're very collaborative, and the project was commissioned by Vivian Lovell, then of the Public Art Commissions Agency, now Modus Operandi, together with Sam Wilkinson and on-site Alison Deely, and the great work of a group of art students at the time, this is back in 1987, art students from Warwick College. The title of this work, Well, sprang from a variety of meanings that the word conveys. A well is a source of water, and this swimming pool was built at an important spa spring for health-improving waters, a place of well-being. A well is also an architectural term, like a light well, and in many ways the architecture of this pool was a huge light well. It's also an interesting word. It can refer to something that's pleasing, something is well. So perhaps body, mind, architectural and geological references all circulate around the fact of this pool being built in what became, for quite a long time, an important spa town, as important as Bath was. The story began when I was invited to make this installation, and it began when I went to see the site for the first time. Although these baths had been closed for 12 years, it retained a remarkable sense of place and resonated with echoes of the energy that had once filled the empty pool for so long. Two things made an immediate and lasting impression on me, and one of them was architectural and the other was to do with people. The pool, I thought, was a beautiful interior in the volume of air above the well-proportioned pool, and the engineering, this very lightweight engineering of the 19th century roof construction, which is listed, I think, supporting this large glazed skylight directly over the ceramic tiled pool itself. Abandoned and empty of water for over 10 years with heaps of discarded building material and scaffolding, the pool seemed to call to be filled with light. The second vivid impression was of meeting people involved in the project at the pool. Council employees, electrical and building contractors, local arts representatives. Many of the people I met lived in the town and had not been into the abandoned building since it had closed. And they were all talking to each other and to me about their memories with great affection for this particular swimming pool. These impressions of the luminous planes of the skylight hovering over the rectangular form of the pool and the animated accounts of people's memories of the swimming pool from 10 years before came to form the basis of the work that I made. And the story continued when on subsequent visits I met increasing numbers of people who were often very keen to describe and share their memories of the swimming pool. My desire to fill the drained pool with light developed straight away into the image of suspending 1,000 light bulbs in the volume of the space where the water had been. It was while we were installing the cables and lamps that I introduced the idea of asking visitors who came to see the work to record some of their experiences while swimming there. And after a decade of disuse, the building of the royal pump rooms and baths that housed the pool were scheduled to be refurbished as a local archive and museum, which is what they are now. And so my work created the first opportunity and the last opportunity for local people to visit the pool again since its closure. The day after the installation was taken down, the builders moved in to begin taking the baths apart. The installation was completed when the 1,000 lights and cables were distributed on the floor, and over 2,000 visitors came to see well and were able to view the work during the changing light of day and into the evening. That's a time of day that has interested me in a lot of work that I've made between daylight and dusk. As when the pool was in use, visitors looked down into the pool from a viewing gallery that ran as a continuous balcony along sides of the space. And during the period that I worked on Well, many memorable aspects of this much-loved swimming pool came to light. The metalwork of the listed roof and skylight included pipework that was plumbed into the water supply, so that fine jets of water could be turned on to spray the pool below. Imagine that. Being indoors and swimming in the rain. And during winter months, a dance floor was installed to cover the pool and turn the swimming pool, the swimming hall, into a dance hall, another significant collective and pleasurable community purpose. So to conclude, the lasting images from among the memories of this swimming pool that visitors to Wells spoke about were recollections of people of different generations, from those who had learned to swim there, to parents who had taught their children to swim there. What was always conveyed was a remarkable sense of great affection for this particular pool, and it's a feeling that was never expressed for the 1970s swimming pool that had replaced it nearby. Among all of these accounts, one visitor described swimming there in the very late years after the pool's long neglect, when ivy that was overgrowing the outside of the building, over the roof, began to grow through the roof and trail down inside the building from the skylight towards the water below. They described floating in the sunlit water, gazing up into the green foliage and the sparkling light, as if, they said, as if I was floating in a pool in a forest. Thank you. Yep.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Chiara Toscani, and in 2018, Paola Mongiu, you are at Scorsone High, that you can see there, are connected, joined from Milan.
Hi.
And hi, and we have formed a micro think tank, Tomoko, engaged in research, curatorial projects, and a point of observation of our practice. And I leave the floor to Paola. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you Chiara for the introduction, and also Naina for inviting us to this super interesting symposium. We're sorry we cannot be there in London, but we are following from here in Milan. The group is composed by the three of us. We are all architects based in Milan, and Chiara now is in London. And what is important also for this research, for this work, is the fact that the pictures were made by reasserts, which also follows his architectural practice, but also his photographic one. So the photographic work really goes in parallel with the work of the text we've been writing and the thoughts about this topic of the pools. I think that the main concept, the main idea that really informs the text and is also present in the two images is a reflection on the concept of void and absence. These two pools are missing of water, there is no water inside. And so what we were interested on was reflecting on what is the meaning of a space that is deprived of its essential function and purpose. So the two images and the two pools, by extension, they are to the counterparts. and they create a kind of dichotomy. So they are both two devices that work by paradoxically overturning and extending the use and the meaning of the primordial typology. So another consideration that was important for us also is that the void of the pool may be viewed as a place in itself. So it's a volume, it's a hollow space, it's a kind of cavity. And it could be extended to a wide range of unknown scenarios and acquire suddenly other meanings, thus producing and activating also a new imaginary and a new vision. So on one side there is this gold foil over pool surface that pairs with the other image where there is an hollow pool volume on the right. Both pools are in Milan, and it's interesting they are both built more or less in the same years, in the late 20s, where there was also a project of the municipality of Milan in that period to do a series of sport facilities that were open to disadvantaged people and to the public. So actually they were first attempted to introducing outdoor sports and leisure in an urban context, also providing a kind of getaway and a leisure space for the people that could not afford to go out of the city in summer times and during vacation. So there were also an attempt of creating a new collective space that could gather, the public. So as I said before, there are these two images. The first one, the gold foil one, is the Centro Balneare Romano, which is actually in front of the Polytechnic of Milan, so it's a place we are very much used to see every year from the Gioconti building, where we have the design studios and we hear all the noise of the kids in the pool, more or less during June when we have examination. And later that fall, it was installed a huge environmental intervention by the Afro-American artist Nari Ward, which is called Emergence Pool. And the artists then transformed the swimming pool into a sprawling golden expanse with 1,000 of thermal blankets, golden foil. And in this work, the known space of the pool has suddenly become abstract and pristine. So there is the absence of the water and this kind of abstraction of the space of the pool itself. Yet the materiality of its surface still evokes certain conditions related to the body and the experience of the body, primarily, in the pool, and then also with a thought to the body in a condition of crossing water territories, so in a condition of migration. And this is what the installation talk about. So despite the absence of the water and also the fact that the gilded surface is completely inaccessible, the pool still remains connected to the physical experience and also to the relation of the body in a specific element that could be both playful and dramatic, reassuring and disorienting. So the pool with the art installation on top actually opens to this also to opposite part of the relation of a body in the water element, which can be unfortunately dramatic in some cases and also playful in other ones. On the other side, we have the pool of the Parco Trotter, which is a park not so far from the Centro Balneare Romano. Was built, as I said before, in the late 20s and was part of this system of public pools. In the specific, this one was part of a complex that would serve as a kind of sanatorium for sick children for educational purposes. Then all the buildings around were transformed into school, and today this space is actually inside the park of the school, which is open during when the school is closed. So it's a public park during the weekends or late afternoons. So this pool was dismissed for many years, was a kind of a ruin in the park, which was actually quite beautiful and interesting in this form. It was completely covered by lush vegetation and was almost hidden and forgotten in the park, barely visible. At some point in the past years, it has been used as a volleyball field by a community of transgender people who used to play volleyball there on the Sundays and have volleyball matches. So it was quite interesting, the appropriation of this space that was completely covered by the green, and then at some point it transformed into this, let's say, primordial volleyball playground. Then it was enclosed completely by the municipality for safety reasons, and at some point the municipality itself, in a project of transformation also of the pool and some of the pavilions in the park, converted the dismissed pool into a free playground. It's a sunken playground, so it used the void of the previous pool. And at some point, this void, this playground became a kind of catalyst for the local communities. The neighborhood is an interesting neighborhood in Milan, where there are a lot of migrants, and there is a mix of different communities. So this space, as I said, became suddenly a catalyst for these communities to use the void as an opportunity to play together, both as a leisure and as an escape space from their daily life, and as well as to affirm the group's identity as an opportunity to melt into others. So actually this playground again talks about the experience of the body, not in the water anymore, in this void, in this new space, and the experience also of having new communities that are meeting there and that are mixing also with the locals and with the people that use the park. So the two pools, they both work with this absence of the water, but they're still very much connected with the idea of the physical experience in this peculiar space. And also the second one mainly is very much connected to the possibility of the void. So the absence of the water actually is the trigger of what could happen, beside his own typology of being a pool itself. And today, many times, and this was also quite interesting, there was a reference to the play Palace of the Soviets, which is also something we have been reading, and there is, I think, a very interesting passage in Call, as I say, that I think also reconducts to what we were looking for in this research, also on thinking about the absence of something and how the absence of something really provokes another kind of scenarios and could actually be the trigger of activated new use and new programs. And he said there are, two passages, even though the story of the Palace of the Soviet could be seen as the contrary of ours, because we had a pool, the pool has been dismissed, there is the absence of the water, and then a kind of second life of the pool as a public space. While in the Palace of the Soviet, there was, the foundation of this huge, monumental palace, and then from the absence of the palace itself, there was from this absence there was the declaration of the space as a pool. And what we found interesting is that at some point he writes, the pool becomes positively Roman, arena, absorber, social condenser, great emancipator, connector, undeniably fabricator of a community. The evaporation of the actual building infinitely enlarge its possible programs. So in parallel, I think that the evaporation of the water in our case was like this activator of new programs, of new uses, and also the void was the space of the possibilities also for the new communities that are rooting in the city of Milan and in this neighborhood. Thank you. I don't know if you also want to add something, or Chiara, to the presentation and to the other aspects that we have been investigating.
I think we can. I'm happy with some questions or considerations.
Of course, if there are.
Okay, so a lifespan of about 35 years to 40 years, and after that they kind of they become, they decay in a way because you need to change everything because of the water, technology, dirt, and things like that, which makes them a very, very interesting projects, I think. And when Agnes talks about oil, there is this thing about heating of pools. There's an ecological issue that we all kind of face even today, along with the fact that they have such a small life, right? So I think the oil factor, which kind of plays into everyone's somehow presentation, because with David, we're really looking at light as a source of, as a form of installation, of bringing back memories and, really igniting memories, which is, electricity is really connected in a way to the oil industry. And with this last project, the other thing that we see in common is, at some point, the refugees. I mean, these are maybe not yet, but at one point we will see the idea of climate refugees. We think of swimming and refugees. So there are many connections also in terms of oil, the body, and the afterlife of these pools. And perhaps you'll want to pick up some of these topics and talk about them a bit more.
No, great. Thank you, Naina. I think you did a very good...
I'm getting the hang of it by the afternoon.
Yeah.
Not all this fumbling in the morning.
I think it's very interesting point of view. What I feel that in our project is a project of the research. On one hand, I feel that is a project the idea there is behind the idea of inclusivity, of course, but also the exclusion of people. So there is also this aspect. And I'm thinking, meanwhile, Paula was speaking, I was thinking that the powerful of a swimming pool in terms of typology, because it's, on one hand, the swimming pool is a very, very untouchable typology from the point, from the shape point of view. And then, on the other hand, we prove in these three explanations in presentation that it's not totally true. It's not true. The space can be changed. The space can be enhanced with other elements and assumes an artistic, also creative point of view, and brings up ecological issues. So, and although it seems very rigid in terms of form, and also in terms of form and function point of view, it's very rigid, requires a lot of, it's a series of elements. But on the other hand, as we see, we saw, this space is very productive in terms also to erase, to bring up a broader question and issues. And this is quite interesting.
Because here is this large mammal that has been beached, and it commits suicide. So it's wishing to not live anymore, and somehow this presence of a large pool drained out of its water and just collects debris and dust has the same analogy to the common death. And I think, and then when I see if I'm not mistaken, that second image in Milan, Parco Trotter, is that a swimming pool that has been readapted for?
Yes.
So that's a delightful sight to actually see. And could you tell me a little bit about what's this gold?
This is emergence pool by Nari Ward.
Yeah,
is an artist performance. Basically, he used this gold material, to warm the immigrants from the north of Africa to Italy. This is
To
something
cross.
very, yes, to cross. And when they, when they rescue people, they usually use this kind of element to warm up their body. And this is, for us, was a trigger in order to think about how the swimming pool can be used in another way instead of place where you can swim. But also, I don't know, it's we collected other different experiences, other different way to use fashion, performance, and other things. But then Paola suggests this very interesting parallel between the body of the immigrants and the fact that basically, I know that this is in London is not very. I think in Milan, the immigrants, the impact of immigrants is quite recent. So this is for us an experience, is a recent experience. And then we found this connection between an artistic project, but also that in somehow was a declaration of how it's a declaration against also government that won't leave, completely abandon these people into the Mediterranean Sea, because this is our, for instance, there is this political issue in Italy. I'm speaking because I know the Italian government, and then so it was a sort of declaration and affection towards immigrants, and on the other hand, it was there was also this relationship, this connection with the body of. For this reason, I spoke about inclusion, but also a sort of exclusion, because before, I'm pretty sure, I cannot prove, but I'm pretty sure that they started to use informally the second pool, the Parco Trotter pool, and the administration decided to close this swimming pool, and then I think it was quite successful, and they decided to open again. But again, there is this sort of battle within the city that is still there. And then, it's for Italy also this fact that, this is something connected also to the body of the people's bodies is connected to the two pictures. Particular immigrants, in this sense, because that the second swimming pool was used as first as a transgender immigrant. So in somehow can be a good idea to investigate it more why they decide to go there. But I guess that because that area is quite. Is close to the city center because Milan is not so big, but on the other end is not the city center, so it's the outskirts of Milan. So probably they use it here. But I think it's interesting to understand how this volume is so welcoming, because of course it seems is like similar to a square, a piazza, but it's not. Yeah. Maybe this idea to feel the height of the volume of the swimming pool is something. I'm thinking there is. I don't know. I cannot. I'm thinking that maybe there is this. I'm thinking about Siena. There is this idea of a square that is. I don't know, but it's just. I'm thinking. I'm not sure why this idea of this empty volume really can be so welcoming. As a square or as some, I don't know.
Yeah, I really think you found something very powerful in your making a connection between the social space of a public square and the social space of particularly an outdoor swimming pool. I think that's really very beautiful, actually. But maybe one of the dimensions of the swimming pool, of this outdoor pool in this instance, is the fact that perhaps certain inhibitions can be lost in the pleasurable experience of paddling or swimming, and so perhaps it has something of the potential of making social interaction between peoples who have not necessarily met before, that the public square has, with the added sensual pleasure of this volume of water. And of course, this question of the body within, we talk about a body of water after all, and I think there's maybe an unconscious poetic, but nevertheless I think there's a very powerful poetic in that, in the way that we use language in that way, talking about the body within the body of water.
Yeah, just some thoughts about this session. I was wondering about what you said about the lifespan of swimming pools being quite short, 35 years, and how the heating systems would get out of date quite soon. I mean, I can see that in a way, but I remember right up till the 1980s, I was swimming in Victorian pools that must have been getting on for 100 years old. And I can see why they would be expensive to run, because a lot of these weren't just swimming pools. As I'm sure you know, they had laundries, slipper baths, baths where you could actually sit down and have a bath, because a lot of people's homes didn't have any baths. So there was a lot more to these places than just the swimming pool. And I did read quite a lot about this, and the people who worked there and the attendants in the bath, the councils who ran them were very keen to recruit former military personnel to be the attendants in these baths, to keep an eye on things and discipline people and everything. And also, I listened to a really good broadcast on Radio 4 a few years ago now, and it was about swimming in the United States and how accessible or not it was for black people to be able to swim and get interested in swimming. And that was really interesting, because in the old days they would only change the water once a week, and at the end of the week was a space reserved for black Americans in this area to go and swim, and that was when the water was always the most dirty. So people didn't really want to go. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I guess with those comments, we'll move to the next, and we'll come back, David and Chiara and Agnes. Thank you so much. Okay. So this one's called On the Edge, and we're going to start with Say, who is going to be talking now. So Say's on Zoom. No.
Can you hear me?
I'm going to go to that.
Hi, Naina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can't see you. I can't see you yet. I can definitely hear you. It's like omnipresent.
I couldn't quite hear you, so I'm not sure if that was...
Yeah, that was perfect. I can hear you very well.
Okay, I hope I'm not too loud and booming.
No, no, not at all. Perfect.
Okay, good. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Naina, for organising this symposium. I've been here since this morning behind the screen and really enjoyed listening to everybody's contributions today. I only wish that I was in the room with you all, because it's definitely the in-between moments between everybody's talks that I'd love to pick everybody's brains and hear more about their work. My name is Say. I'm a writer and researcher currently trying to finish my PhD at the Bartlett School of Architecture in UCL. My work focuses on activist spatial practices as queer placemaking in London. So I look at the personal embodied experiences of LGBTQ people in urban spaces and critically engage with elements of placemaking and feminist and queer studies in a nutshell.
Hello, I'm Aidan Domican, currently a fifth-year student at the AA. Today I'll be speaking about the potentiality of spaces connected to or on the peripheral of the swimming pool. For now, I'll let my image sit there and speak for itself, and I'll touch on this later. My piece is titled Cruising. A nod of the head, the sideways glance, a brushing of the crotch. There is something inherently erotic about a same-sex change room. Perhaps it's the pseudo-nostalgia queer men have for these heart-racing encounters of cruising, forever depicted in queer literature and film. Or perhaps it's just all that skin. Throughout history, queer men have used public change rooms for quick, usually impromptu hookups for a number of reasons. Some find the exhibitionism and risk, or thrill, of being discovered in a public space to be sexually exciting. For others, it is the only space in which they can express their sexuality, and as such, they use them as a cover for discrete same-sex encounters in periods or locations where being outed carries potential serious consequences. Regardless of the reason, this mutual appropriation of a space by two bodies is both passionate and wholly opportunistic. It is safe to say that men in the right mood have an inept ability to find one another, and public locations are no barrier to this. Cruises take the form of the flaneur and imbue it with the explicit purpose of finding a sexual partner. The art of cruising, and I say art to its ability to be appreciated for both its power and its beauty, can be traced back to the late 1600s and can be loosely defined as the ability of finding and engaging in sexual activity with other men in public spaces. Historically, this art involved many intricate rituals, a choreography of limbs, bodies, and movements that allowed men to feel each other out before getting down to business. Outside of clothing, a stare, a licking of the lips, brushing one's crotch, tapping one's foot, or even coughing twice, all constitute ways in which queer men have discreetly communicated with each other in order to have sex. A type of queer language, if you will. Cruising spaces are unique to other queer spaces, such as the bathhouse or the sauna or the gay bar, as they are in fact not defined and as such are perhaps the most overt of all in their subversion of a heteronormative world. The importance of public cruising spaces in both homosocial and homoerotic relations can be found in their ability to challenge heteronormative modes of existence as well as the hierarchies that govern them. Cruising spaces exist in little nooks within our urban fabric, subverted territories that work on an if you know basis. And for those who know, cruising signifies the ability for public and semi-public space to become, at least temporarily, a queer territory that offers the ability to momentarily connect with a stranger. And although these spaces are established under the regulatory powers of the state, they offer the ability to nurture the knowledge of gay vernacular sex, and as such, encourage the very identity of a queer collective. Furthermore, this very overt act of men having sex with each other in a public space can be seen as a form of resistance and empowerment. Firstly, in its ability to contest the confinement and shame of queer men within the private sphere. Secondly, in their public presence and visibility. And lastly, as it represents a type of sexual fluidity that subverts and undermines the very rigid gender role of the male within the heteronormative society. Instead, Cruz's lives are shaped by intricate intersections of sexual liberation and freedom, geographical politics and self-regulation, which define their collective sexual experiences and collective identities. The lives of queer men have never been guaranteed, and their very existence can be seen as a form of protest and resistance. It is therefore more important than ever to celebrate queer men, their sexual identities, practices, and spaces. And so I guess I can touch briefly on my intention of this image. First of all, to capture the intimacy of this moment of the act, the sexual act, that then subverts this space and transforms this perhaps really generic locker room or change room into a space of intimacy, of human connection, and sexuality and celebration that otherwise was not present here. Thank you.
I'm just going to speak from here for now. Thank you so much, both of you. This touches on something that's really interesting for me, because I've been, what you said in the last panel, about the last sentence that you said about the African Americans and the color of the water, and how it was dirty, and then they didn't want to go in. And there's a book called Contested Waters, and a large part of this project was actually first talking about race and gender and the role of the swimming pool as a contentious space. And I think both these sort of presentations highlight this fact, the quality of the swimming pool, the fluidity of it, how it allows for a certain sense of society kind of reflecting on itself or seeking its own identity in a way while changing its identity. It's every member of society constantly confronted with certain morals and certain views. And I think that both of these topics really touch on that very beautifully. And maybe it also touches a lot on what we talk about, the invisible and the visible, the edge, the falling in. There are these certain themes that have been recurring through the day. And I'm just wondering if you'd, talk more about this idea of, what you've brought up in a way, how these spaces have changed or transformed, which we were talking about in the last panel as well. Transformation, but not only transformation in terms of typology, but in terms of who they allow in, right? So we could perhaps open it over there and start connecting the different panels as well now, since we've got so much of an overview. Anyone can go. I'll find the mic.
Do you want? Yeah.
Can I jump in and just say, Aidan, I really am so delighted to hear about your work. I'm embarrassed to admit that when Naina and I touched base before the conference, she said your talk was on cruising, and I immediately went to cruise ships, which is
I mean, it probably happens on there as well,
I guess, there is so much that I've been wanting to pick up throughout the day, and especially what you've just said, Naina, about this element of visibility and invisibility. And I think, for me, when I think about the tidal pool, there's actually structurally something very visible in the disappearing and appearing, because the structure of the pool is both completely exposed once the tide is out and completely submerged bar maybe one signpost when the high is at its utmost. And I think what I've really enjoyed about the work that I've been exploring is that what I name as porousness, the really moving in these spaces of visibility and invisibility, which I think is also a very queer experience of both completely disappearing from urban environments and then being highly visible, highly politicized. So I just wanted to raise that. And I thought what was interesting, actually, Aidan, between our two talks is that we're talking about the periphery, but I was thinking about it a lot from the individual perspective, whereas for you there is togetherness in cruising. And so I liked that both of us were talking about that edge, but in very different ways.
No, for sure. I think it's interesting that we're both speaking on the edge as well. Of course, I think most queer identity happens on the edge. There's a certain heteronormative society that exists, and then we have to find little nooks and our own spaces that sit outside of this, and this is where our form of collective identity forms. And specifically in the change rooms, there's really rigid gender norms imposed here, and then I think through this act of cruising, I really like how overt it is, and it's like there's this reclaiming a space by gay men by doing this, at least momentarily. The space does become a temporary queer space, and these spaces, they don't exist everywhere anymore. I think people think being gay or queer is a lot more accepted than it was, and this is true, but there's also a real disappearance of these spaces happening, and I think they're really important in developing some kind of collective identity here.
Has anyone got any questions in the room?
Hi. It made me think of, this Trump thing where they make jokes in locker rooms, grabbing the woman's crotch and saying that it's just locker room stuff. And this whole kind of weird heteronormative, but weird traditions of, let's say, with jocks or a sports team where they grab each other by the bum or put a finger in their bum holes or and laugh about it and kind of performing masculinity in an exclusive male space. And so there's that typically happens in a locker room. But then obviously this is very different, perhaps more genuine, less the gender performance kind of sense. And so it makes me want to ask like when you talk about resistance and when you both talk about the edge, like what makes this kind of exist but not that I'm not even quite sure what I'm asking. It's just very strange, like because in both the heteronormative stuff and this there's the body, the skins, the touching, but there's something more, at least from my point of view, more repulsive about how the heteronormative men do it, but here there's something endearing in the way two men are able to be themselves, express themselves, and yeah, if that makes sense.
Yeah, just trying to think how to. I think it comes from definitely growing up differently and knowing that you can't do these things in most spaces, and then there are these rare occurrences where two people might be in the same space and it just happens, and I think it's just it's just like a bit of a going with whatever happens, and maybe also a bit of we're like definitely not allowed to do this here, so let's just do it here, and maybe there's a little bit of this towards it. Do you have anything to say on that, Say?
Yeah, I guess what it's making me think about, and it's something that's been echoing in my mind since this morning, and it's that, you know, we're talking about pools in a very, very broad way, but pools are not neutral spaces, and as bodies we've talked about race, but we haven't really spoken about the sort of the gender expectations that are replicated, and it is still a hugely contentious space if you have body hair, if you're a body that's not meant to be wearing a certain outfit, or if you are, if you don't fit expectations of what needs to happen there. And I think that with all the pools that we've been talking about, there are actually very different roles that do play out. The Walpole tidal pool has quite a lot of queer history. The dunes nearby are actually a local cruising spot. There's a lot of it's many things. One of them is that it is a queer space, and I just think that what I've been thinking about today is kind of those expectations that sit around the public pool versus a tidal pool, and kind of going back to what I was saying earlier about the appearing and disappearing, is that every time the tidal pool appears and disappears, it's sort of like, it feels like a fresh start to renew that relationship, to re-engage with the pool in a different way. Whereas with public pools, the structure always stays the same. You might change the water, but it by and large stays the same, in my understanding. I should also caveat that I'm not a swimmer. I'm a dipper. I feel like this is the moment to openly admit that cold water swimming is tough for like actual swimming. But yeah, sorry, I think that was slightly rambling points. I don't know if there's anything in there that you wanted to pick up, Aidan or Naina, or anyone else.
No, maybe we can grab another question.
Yeah, maybe does anyone have another question? Of like spaces of protest, contention, gender, dress, the body. I mean, we did talk about it a bit. David, you had something. Did you?
I'm not sure, but I could just...
You could try.
Try. Yeah, or something.
Otherwise I'm going
Thank
to
you.
have to.
It's related to I know what it is. I think I know what it is. It's related to what I was saying about this particular pool that used to exist in Lamington Spa, and I don't think it was unusual for Victorian pools to be turned into dance holes in the winter months, and for this dance floor to be suspended over the surface of the water. But I think what I was sort of perhaps not hinting at enough, or not being explicit about enough, is that I could see that in those instances, that particular swimming pool, when it was a swimming pool in the warm months, was a place of potential social interaction between people who didn't necessarily know each other, or perhaps did or wanted to, and that the dance hall itself is another example of a free space, of a permissive space, and that those two dimensions of potential social interaction that might be excluded elsewhere were offered the possibility of fulfillment within those four walls.
Yeah, that does make some sort of sense. There's a particular dance thing that happens in India. Every, I don't know, I can't remember. September, October changes with the moon, so that's why I can't remember when. But it happens every year, and basically it's like to allow young people to get to know each other in a permissive, sort of, guided manner. So it's like a whole routine. It's like an 11-day festival of dancing. So they meet each other regularly for 11 days. Hopefully they start dating. But it's all, their families come there as well. So it's like a small group of people, right? So there is this sort of thing like permissive space, and then in a way that how it's taken up, possibly. That's quite. I never thought of that. It's really interesting, David.
Well, and also in what you were saying about the flaneur and so on, there's very well historically documented examples of the famous pleasure gardens, which offered the opportunity for class distinction, for example, to be overcome. Another sort of breakthrough of social separation.
Yeah. I mean, I think many of these spaces were, but I think the swimming pool has taken much longer, I feel, to get through these. Like, we're still not, we're still,
Still not completely through.
Yeah.
I mean, the very rigid bathrooms of male and female.
And dress code, isn't it?
Totally. No, for sure.
Yeah, okay. Perhaps we can move to the next panel. Thank you so much. Was there anything both of you wanted to say before we move? Feel free to come back when a thought comes in later, yeah? Just like we're doing now. Lovely. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's start. Can you? There is, if you just this. Yes. Okay. So thank you, Naina, for having me twice with Claudia. And yes, but I'm already present myself. I'm here also as a PhD candidate at AA school in history, and my PhD is in history and critical thinking in architecture, and my research very quickly is focused on the idea of nature and how the idea of nature has changed over the time, affecting landscape and city, and I looked also at the accountability of history in thinking about the ecological issue, and we prepared this paper together, me and Claudia.
So hello everyone, I'm Claudia Nietzsche. I'm a PhD candidate here at the AA in history and critical thinking in architecture, and I'm investigating the idea of environmental architecture and the spatial impact of different modes of resource management. So thank you very much for having us. And Kara and I, we were tutoring at an AA summer school last year titled Connecting Islands with Affection, in which we analyzed kind of the relationship between the River Thames and the City of London. And thereby we raised questions about cohabitation and the management of water resources. Within this examination, we understood water as a fundamental medium that connects us, referring to our Srida Naimanis. We reflected on our bodies of water as parts of the natural world and not separate from or privileged to it.
So as you can see, we presented here is a picture taken this summer at Serpentine Lido, where there is an unconventional swimming pool cut out in the Serpentine Lake of Hyde Park. As you may know for sure, the lake is an artificial lake formed at the beginning of the 18th century by the wife of George II. Who had the idea to add an ornamental element to the park in order to enhance its beauty after its public opening at the beginning of the 17th centuries. And the lake was created by diverging the Westbourne, and we was rivers which floated into the Thames through a series of ponds. And since the early 19th century, the lakes has been used for other activities beside the ornamental purpose. Apart from boat trip, people could cool off in hot days and organize competitive races, attracting other people, a large number of spectators. According to the records, the Serpentine swimming pool had its first Christmas Day race in 1864, showing that there was really an interest in this activity, and also that habitual swimmers formalized their activity during this time, although there was nothing, just a lake. At the period, London was undergoing a rapid expansion. Hyde Park was now in the city center of densely populated urban area. It provided a place of relaxation for all. However, unlike other clubs that were becoming very popular at that time, the Serpentine Swimming Pool Club did not have the benefit of any such luxury. Its members had to content themselves with the shelter provided by the trees and a wooden seat to place their clothes. Just in the beginning of the 19th century, in 1929, it was decided to build up the facilities that we can see today along the banks. However, in 1930, two significant events occurred: the opening of the Serpentine Lido and the first mixed bathing session. In the 16 June 1930, Kathleen Murphy became the first woman to join the Serpentine Swimming Club Lido, inaugurating its inclusive nature. This amazing story of inclusivity leads us to the topic that we want to discuss today. This is a topic that has been a natural income for us after from our PhD research, but also from the summer school. As you can see in this picture, we take, not really, but we took just not one, but many others. As you can see, but you can go and see and check by yourself, this unconventional swimming pool has been cut out of the lake water. It's complete with step, trampoline, and also a slope. All facilities necessary for humans. However, they don't prevent encounters with non-human animals. Geese, swans, ducks swim together with swimmers, reflecting an increasing relevance for coexistence.
So basically the concepts of coexistence and cohabitation enables us in our thinking about the environment to acknowledge non-humans and humans, of course, as equally important parts in our ecological system, and to underline the kind of the existence of very different but equal worlds as environments that live together non-hierarchically. Furthermore, these concepts lead to a renunciation of kind of the anthropocentrism towards a post-humanism or anti-humanism by Michel Foucault that aims to overcome this exclusivity. And coming back to our case study now, and as described by Chiara here in the first part of the presentation, the Hyde Park swimming pond was designed as a, of course, man-made pool in an artificial nature. However, this alienated swimming pool is widely acknowledged as a supposed natural swimming pond, in which cohabitation, or in this case co-swimming, is made possible. Within this interpretation, the wish for reconciliation with the natural environment in general, and within the natural swimming pond through the medium water, in specific, becomes visible. Conclusively, the case study is interesting for us as it shows the dualism between the alienation from and reconciliation with the environment. Interestingly, the concept of reconciliation has been defined by Hegel as a possibility to become at one or at peace with nature, as a state of being at home with oneself in the world. And besides Hegel, philosophical movements like Romanticism even underline the idea that humans being dependent upon the world as a unified whole. The thinkers vouch for an overcoming the contrast between individual and society, mind and matter, and the ideal of complete human autonomy and mastery over nature.
To conclude, for us, in the case of the Hyde Park swimming pool, this is something that we can think, we can swap which kind of word, maybe. I'm just bring up now. And then the dichotomy between the alienation and transfiguration of nature, between the hierarchical design of nature and not hierarchical attempt to coexist in this world, come together, are not sorted out. For this reason, the case of Hyde Park swimming pond offers a set of questions that we are working on the possibility of metaphysical reconciliation with nature through the medium of water, the limits of the concept of cohabitation, because we are not certain, and also on our capacities as spatial designers, and on the reconsideration of the broader environmental issues as a question of resource governance. This is our, for us, open question and thinking and reflection. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, it's there. It's correct.
Good. Yeah.
Sorry.
How's the sound here? Good. Lovely. Hello, my name is Mads Bjørn. I am a graduate from the school just a few years ago. Thank you, Naima, for the invitation today. It's a real pleasure to be discussing themes like this. I'm going to present today a project called Data Pools. That was set out as an artistic project, but kind of stems from speculations that were in my written thesis with Mark Campbell, thinking back now. But I'd like to take you back to the months just before the pandemic hit, landing in Chile, where we set out to 3D scan and capture film footage of a series of coastal conditions and spatial interventions that occurred in Chile, kind of as a result of the roaring neo-capitalist success, at least financial success, through the last decades. Through the central apparatus of the drone, an agricultural drone with eyes that kind of looks and scans landscapes different to our eyes. But kind of with a curiosity to observe and speculate in a very non-judgmental manner, I would say. The nature of three typologies or three types of spatial propositions that have occurred along this long north-south coastline. One of them being plug-in harbors that has kind of long outreached arm into the sea in a just-in-time manufacturing era has occurred as being one of the three. The second one being agriculture at sea, these endless arrays of interconnected timber, floating wooden decks that somehow, speaking of interspecies, at the very south of Chile, almost at the border of Patagonia, seem to be enjoyed far more by some seals living off a hedonistic lifestyle upon this man-made infrastructure. And then lastly, the third, swimming pools. The largest swimming pools constructed on the planet so far, and in this case here, what I'll be presenting today is one of those locations, the longest swimming pool, about 1 kilometer long, sitting in the Valparaiso region. In a patent application entitled Process to Maintain Large Clean Recreational Water Bodies, dated September 2011, the startup company Crystal Lagoons Corporation details the recently completed debut project, San Adolfo del Mar, located on the Chilean coast. The founder, Fernando Fishman, was an entrepreneurial Chilean biochemist who left the National Science Labs in Santiago to venture into real estate agency speculation in the late 80s. The pilot project set out with the declared ambitious vision to invent a viable system for creating a man-made water bodies. And I love the kind of optimism of this state. Unlimited in size, with color, transparency, and cleanness characteristics similar to tropical seas at low cost. Chile is an interesting coastal kind of condition to explore, in the sense that it's 4,000 kilometers long, completely north-south, and the country just spans from the Andes to the coast around, I think, on average 200 kilometers. So it's I mean, if you're looking at the cross sections throughout the country, it's kind of deemed for people interested in the transition between the coast and the landscape, an incredible sight. The pool that we see here on the image is just looking at the very edge of a very, very, very long stretch. Kind of peaks to the oddity of the placement of the pool. To describe the shape, it's almost like tracing the border of the coast itself and then just offsetting it 50 meters in. For a kilometer long, set on a beautiful sandy beach with a kind of roaring Pacific Sea. On the other side, which would be out of the frame of the image presented here, lagoons and bays with kind of another layer of sand would be a second layer of a coastline artificially introduced. In this pool, you will find sailing clubs of ships. You will find docks for speedboats. You would find scuba diving clubs, things that you would expect happening just a few meters further, but somehow, for reasons that I'm not particularly interested in putting forward today, those are moved to the sea, to the pool, sorry. The water is sourced offshore through headers of depth of 8 meters to avoid encrusting micromollusks. To keep up with the desired continuous circulation of water, it requires about 3,000 liters filtered per second. In summer, the temperature is steadily kept at 26 degrees, 9 degrees warmer than the ocean that it sits alongside. Here, saturated turquoise-colored water with alluring transparencies of up to 35 meters is sustained using a pioneering system for harvest, filtration, permanent recirculation of ocean water. Color gradients of light blue, white, and light yellow bottom liner is applied with a depth of averaging 2.8 meters in determining to achieve the desired properties of turquoise color shades. A sensor population density of 1 per 10 square meters continuously monitor bacteria and algae levels and informs a system that automatically levels out pH values and establishes oxidation reduction potential. This is achieved using injections of algorithmically proportioned agents from hydraulically driven injectors distributed 10 meters around the entire periphery of the lagoon. Further, surface oils are removed, introducing ultrasonic pulses, fluctuants, and a vocabulary of skimmer devices for removal of floating contaminants. And movable underwater suction devices, those ones I really love. They're like the robotic vacuum cleaners, but at the scale of 10 times what you usually see them as. Pulled by additional propelling mechanisms along the bottom of the pool. All this, along with studies into lining with resilient UV light and film-based anti-evaporation technologies, has enabled a use of 100 times less chemicals compared to a normal pool, and 2% of norms of energy consumption. Crystal Lagoon corporations have grown since this. I brought a little map today. It kind of starts to map out certain of them. Just the names themselves I quite enjoy. Dream Lagoon Rialto, Swan Lake North Coast 2, Costa Laguna, Laguna Vista, Diamante, Blue Lagoon, Treasure Bay. I'll leave it for here. In 60 different countries, more than 600 pools are now being monitored and controlled, placed with a center in the Netherlands. The pool boy has left the skimmer and shirtless life behind, and now finds himself placed behind screens and monitors, from where he controls and regulates remote foreign landscapes, where the condition of every drop of borrowed seawater is now part of the Internet of Things. It is a space that more than anything resembles the aesthetic of an air traffic control center or banker's trading floor, evolving graphs of fluorescent colors. One second. Portrays over an array of screens. Monitoring water quality parameters in distant advancing environments. Presence of microorganisms, oxidizing agents, compares homogenization, adjusts ozone, sodium per sulfates, hydrogen. I even just can't pronounce these things, but it's an ongoing list of agents. Server racks wheeze in electric walls of the control center as they are nurtured and at steadily pace build up complex data sets, allowing deeper and deeper enlightenment. Algorithmically defining or refining response orders to the missionaries of natural perfection. Hydraulic injectors respond with the latency of speed of light to standing orders of the centralized expertise, slowly replacing Mr. Vandenberg with an AI. The potential physical impact is beyond the horizon of the infinity pool. A centralized control room for privatized seas, lagoons, lakes, and rivers around the world advocating crystal clear, turquoise filtered water to a landscape for sapiens exclusively. The image of the wet exotic dreams of consumerist vacation culture. Crystal lagoons may represent a dystopian view of a nature characterized by a non-symbiotic, human-centric, image-based monoculture. But these swimming pools point unwillingly towards a condition which a new understanding of nature could be constructed by and for a multiplicity of agents, life forms, and intelligences. A dream of negotiated symbiotic space existing in states of materialization and simulation alike at scales beyond previous comprehension. Infantile outcomes of technology is a frightening mirror to our own belief systems and ideals, subjected to a world view of today, accepting kind of the loss of total control, and with new depths of understanding of existing natural systems through synthetic biology. I kind of look at the constructor of new natures, which would be, I guess, the project of rewilding the wounds of a past century or two, with a sort of strange optimism. The project of, so despite this dystopia of what is basically being presented here today and the company behind their technologies, I think a shared beyond human habitat is a discussion I would like to have with you afterwards as well. Yeah, thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. Hi there, can you hear me all right? Yes. My name's Chris Romerlee. I'm a practicing architect at a practice called Studio Octopi. We work on various projects, but a lot of lidos and pool restorations and new builds, and increasingly tidal pools as well. I also founded the Thames Baths proposals for a floating lido on the Thames. And out of that has sprung a book about tidal pools, which is featuring about 65 pools from around the world. And that has opened up a world of tidal pool data information, which I never knew I needed, but I do. And so do you, come August. And the book covers individual stories about each of the tidal pools which are featured, ranging from the sort of politics to the health and well-being, and the various reasons why these pools were built. So I'm just going to read a very short passage about some time I spent next to Bon Secours, which is a tidal pool in Saint-Malo in France. I hope you enjoy it. This photo is from the same spot. The Saint-Malo tides are some of the highest in the world. Approaching at low tide, the water's edge is a flickering silver line on the distant horizon. Over the wet sand and rippling puddles, in the distance, a diving board peaks above the rocky outcrops. Emerging through a craggy thread of granite that reaches from the high water mark to the low, a vast basin of water is visible. This is Bon Secours tidal pool, built in 1937. Interestingly, the same date as Walpole Bay. This man-made structure, edged by 3 colossal concrete walls, cradles a wedge of emerald seawater for our enjoyment. Along the 4th edge, the sandy beach slides into the pool as though it always did, as though the concrete walls were granite. Moving to the seaward side, the profiled walls are of fortress scale, at least 3.5 meters high. Seawater dribbles from the orifices across this defensive architecture. Sea life has colonized most areas of the wall. Mollusks, luminous green seaweeds hang limply, waiting for the nutritious tide to return. On top of the wall, kids scuttling along the slippery surfaces squeal as they head for the 3 diving boards, only faintly wary of the unguarded drop to the beach below. The continuous plop of human bodies plunging from the various heights resonates around the pool, bouncing off the city walls. The returning tide comes in at a pace. At first there is not much discernible difference, but then, as the water encroaches on the top of the wall, rejuvenating the sapped seaweed, the engineering project is once again lost to the Atlantic. As the tide now climbs the diving board ladders, there's an inevitability to the loss of the pool. The high tide just covers the top board, a tidal range of 7, maybe 8 meters. A couple sitting on the board are suddenly all alone atop this remarkable construction. As the sun dips below the horizon, they dive off and swim the 100 meters or so back to the beach. And with that, the boards are consumed by the relentless tide. This is nature and humans in harmony. The concrete has taken on the qualities of the granite, appearing and disappearing as the granite does. What is less visible is the ocean's continual nibbling at the concrete. Nature has a habit of exploiting man-made faults. Few beachgoers question the wear and tear of the pools or the pool's origins. How was it acceptable to pour this much concrete into a protected marine habitat? Then again, is this actually a habitat enhancement or even a creation? Should we be creating more of these tidal pools to increase accessibility to the sea and boosting habitat? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you see the kind of the complexity that I wanted to try to introduce? I find it fascinating because I swim in swimming pools. I do not like the Hampstead ponds. I'm possibly the only person in London who would ever say that. I find them, I can't put my head in the water. And if I can't put my head in the water, I can't swim. So, the serpentine, you know what I mean? Like, there's this whole debate about what is clean. Some people would say the swimming pool smells of chlorine and it's completely artificial. But we're talking about different forms of different, like it's a sliding scale of artificiality, which is quite, which is why I brought you 3 together. That would be very nice to discuss because there is a mention of environment. There's like complete construction of environment. And there is this sort of idea, like the tidal pool would be like considered the most natural in a way. So perhaps that's where we start.
Different colours as well. I was sitting here thinking about it. We've got I swim in the Serpentine all the way around, and sometimes it's black with cold, and then you've got your painted pools. I don't understand why we paint pools blue. Water isn't blue. I don't know why.
Water is actually blue.
Is it?
Yes, I had to, because Beatrice in my class asked me this question, and I had to, because I was taught water is colourless and odourless. I have discovered it's definitely not odourless. That's for sure. In all the swimming pools I've been to. Yeah. But colourless also, no, it's blue in colour. Okay. Apparently we don't, it's the amount of water that decides, that lets you see the colour.
Okay.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. Something to do with light, with the colour that it absorbs of light, and leaving only the blue spectrum to see.
So that's why we paint them blue.
Possibly to make it look even more bluer, because that's what we would associate with clean water. Yeah, but in the Cheever story, I'm interrupting here, but please go back to answering that first. In the Cheever story, it's also, he mentions there, when the man is swimming through all the different pools in the swimmer, every single pool is a different color because of the minerals in the water, depending on the soil and where it comes from. So there is an indication of ecology just in the color, So maybe, yeah.
Yeah, well, the emerald waters of this coastline were just astonishing. It was not blue. Sorry,
they were green.
It was green.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's something interesting about, maybe it relates to color, constructed in the image of something. Like in the case of the pools brought today here, it's very much a displacement, let's say. And having swum in tropical seas, and the properties, the dreams of what one can do there as an habitat, transplanted to, quote, anywhere in the world somehow. Whereas, I guess these coastal conditions that seem rather successful as well. It kind of seems to be an enhancement of something that is found.
Yes.
In a way. Yeah. And you could say I mean, I haven't actually swum in the Serpentine. I'm looking forward to that now. I didn't know. Of all places that you're allowed to jump in there. But at least the forest that I know is in the image of hunting grounds. And I'm wondering, maybe the waters in the Serpentine is the kind of least, the one that is constructed to feel natural, less so than the forests around. So.
No, sorry.
So this displacement. Versus enhancement versus.
But I think you've forgotten about the crayfish in there as well. Have you seen?
Are they tasty? What?
Well, you occasionally see the carcasses on the beach, tarmac.
Uh-huh.
Sorry? Yeah, big sightings, yeah. Yes, so I can't remember what your question was now.
No, I think it was trying to pick up upon kind of the constructing a pool in the image of something, the narrative behind, where you can say perhaps the enhanced coastline itself, the enhanced condition found on site, the transplanted condition in a way, the dream of somewhere else where you can't go just today, or maybe the story of a way of being in nature that is not possible in the middle of London. But that was for at least in the beginning, for the royals and those going there. Another type of construction of a narrative. Where's that leading? Yeah.
Yeah, where is it leading? I mean, I think there's an amazing similarity between the tidal pools and the Serpentine, and as you say, it is a constructed reality. But I'm intrigued where your pool sits in between those two there, and why we were put together.
And this pool is like for me the extreme condition of like construction.
Yeah.
But it's like the extreme construction, like of purity. So it's like more natural than the natural in a way, because it's completely erased of, and you can introduce the natural, but perhaps even a constructed natural, like, in a very strange way.
I was almost more interested in the zone you haven't shown in your photo, the one on the other side of the pool, where it meets the city.
I mean, that's usually the financial backdrop, you see.
But it's going from that sort of construct all the way through
the real
all
estate
these thresholds, which was quite interesting, a good, bigger photo.
And it's also, it connects to Davide and Nirma's thing about authenticity. At some point in the morning, there was this idea of the sky pool and the infinity edge, and this construction of, the authenticity in terms of, like, Nirma made a point where she said even Chinese investors do not want to come and live in the buildings of the sky pool because those buildings have they don't look like London. Right, so there's this thing of this almost like faking London in London to basically get investors to buy it because this looks too generic in a way. So there's all these constructions that are coming together in my head at least between your pools, where it's like where do we start and where do we end?
Yeah, and I like the fact that they begin to get taken back by nature as well.
I like that in yours when they start to erode it.
The concrete is becoming granite.
Yeah.
And there is no difference really.
And also the seaweed that grows off it and the mollusks and everything that just kind of feeds off it, right?
Yeah.
The naturalness of it, which is like in complete contradiction to the infinity edge, which will never get spoiled. Ever. It will just be the pure steel edge that like perhaps it will rust over, something happens to the thing.
But then it'll be replaced.
It will be replaced.
Yeah.
So this is like it will almost dissipate into nature, but that one which just goes back to yours.
Yeah, I mean,
about the bodies that merge with nature. And in your pool, nothing will ever go wrong because there's somebody taking care of it on screen. It's like the extreme of a pool, right? Like a pool that is absolutely pristine forever.
Which somehow talks about boundaries, I guess,
yes.
as well. Boundaries in the sense of mixing of elements, mixing of life forms, mixing of intelligences, mixing of microorganisms, but also just very physically, the boundary. You can say the most expanded boundary is perhaps the one of the infinity pool, where the eye traverses directly to the horizon, but at the same time that is the most kind of rigid, black and white. Or the title.
Yeah, when they're working properly,
No, I'm thinking now, there is in our presentation, but I think it's interesting in the Lido, is basically there are all the elements for human beings. Because there is the slope, there is there is everything to define a swimming pool, but it's not defined. It's just, is there. This age is very blurred in terms of, inclusivity, and I'm thinking that really we need very, very few things in order to welcome the other. I know that it somehow is a romanticized idea, but to welcome the other non-human species, that is a question of our investigation. Also to welcoming, the nature generically. And of course, we are not, we talked yesterday, and also in the previous, but also during the summer school, about this. This is not, it's something that we always talk about, how we can define as architects this idea of sorry, I don't want to make, of coexistence, cohabitation, when, is possible, is something true, is something possible, or is something just because it's very relevant nowadays? Because we know that, for instance, there is basically what we learn from the Chisikalang experience this summer, that this coexistence is also between, we need to welcome native species, nice native species, but also there are invasive species that are not absolutely welcome. And I mean, it seems a banal thought, but it's not. If we want to talk about how we can, this interaction between human and non-human, it's something that, from the architect point of view, is from our work, from our research, I think it's something not easy to sort it out or to.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
Hello.
I'm sorry. Thinking and. Yeah.
Sorry. Thanks. I find those all really interesting. Specifically, I think this is something in general with swimming pools in general, but something that's especially clear in all those three examples that you've given are this idea of trying to control and have ownership over this natural element, which I think is a very human desire. And it's about kind of capturing and controlling this element, which is really powerful and almost out of our control. And especially in these examples where it's shown in such close proximity to this almost uncontrolled element and this controlled bit of that. I think that's really interesting. I just wondered if you had any comments about that.
I mean, in the tidal pools I've looked at, increasingly, I just found it absolutely bonkers that we're building these things. You know, they get washed away, and then they come back and build them again, and then surprise, surprise, it gets washed away again. It's a never-ending battle to maintain these pools, particularly in Australia and South Africa, and there are so many of them as well. So they continue to build them at different shapes and sizes on the wrong coastal edges, facing the prevailing winds or the prevailing currents, and yet we persist in doing that and rebuilding them. I don't think it's necessarily taming nature. I think it's more about increasing access to nature in a safe way. So in Australia and South Africa, a lot of these tidal pools were built because the oceans weren't safe for humans because of the creatures in there who wanted to eat them, or still do, actually. And then it's really lovely when you hear a story about a shark actually getting into a tidal pool, being washed into a tidal pool, and the mayhem that causes. And those are the bits where it's really enjoyable, I think.
These are the limits of cohabitation.
Yeah,
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Very clear.
It's also, just to continue, sorry, Takako, 1 second, sorry. But it's also this thing of like what exactly, what is natural, which I found, because I was reading this book by Michael Pollan, and he talks about the apple, for example. And he says that we basically transform the apple to such an extent to make it sweet for ourselves. But the question of its being natural or authentic. So there's also this other question that comes about, which is like, when you were saying about cohabiting, I couldn't help remembering that during the pandemic I went to Hyde Park for an exhibition, and this particular artist had identified 4 different plant species that actually were brought to England, either for a coronation, and I remember correctly, for a wedding or a coronation, for a movie, and they are now kind of like they populate Hyde Park. So what is that border between what belongs here and what's actually brought in, and how it kind of adapts and takes over what belongs here? And sorry, but that was something that I look at.
Thank you. I think it's a question and a reflection. It's very interesting also into relation to what you asked. Throughout all of the presentations, I was wondering how we are perceiving from different cultural backgrounds perspective, because the water, the notion of water, definitely different from culture to culture. I can't generalize, but the east to west, and also expanding the associations, notions, senses about water, but in relation to nature. So where I come from, Asia, Japan, I took it for granted as a growing up child in Japan that we are part of the nature. It's nothing to conquer because we are part of it. But I learned coming here a long time ago that nature is something to confront and control. That really relates to your lagoons and, centrally controlled. And then also maybe, I don't know, I think there's a whole other aspect of bathing in the water in relation to how we perceive it, the filth, because I learned when I proposed my student proposal here as a project, that I was told that in the British mind, water is filthy. Water is something that you have to control, so that my idea of bathing was confronted by the cultural barrier in a way, and then also relation to the abundance of water resource. And there are countries, there are no seas, no coastal boundaries, and of course the Netherlands is fighting, and then the quality of water, that here it's hard water, and skin changes totally, and the hair. So all these sort of before the construction, I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm just wondering if there's a whole set of took for granted. We talk about water as common, but I think it's very different to culture and how we relate to it. Because it was very interesting to listen to all the pleasurable aspects and leisure, because I fear water deeply. I can swim a little bit, but I can't swim where my feet don't touch. So that, and I get somehow suddenly scared of water. Coming from the country which is abundant, pure, beautiful water. So, I'm not sure where I'm going. But it's really interesting, the filth and pure, and the cleanliness, washing, bathing, moving, the pace that water brings us, moving in the water, or stillness, or the pressure of water, or that physiological maybe association is really intrigues me.
Have you maybe one note in relation to that? I think apart from the cultural differences of perceptions of seeds and activities that are going on there, which is like a fascinating topic on its own. Also, just historically, we maybe tend to forget the short and brief history of pleasure related to the sea. Regardless of whether it's pools or imitated seas, or in kind of the legacy of industrialization, where our impact on coastlines made this idea of the interaction with the sea rather filthy, or the idea of going to the beach, so to speak, we're not going more than 100 years back. Before that was not a phenomenon that was spoken of, at least here in Britain and in Europe. but there's always a latency somehow between I mean, architecture is very slow, but landscape architecture is incredibly slow in relation to the shifts of mindsets, and can't help myself thinking in relation to how interspecies living is, of course, a topic that has been spoken of for a while, but for that to have impact on something like constructed pools or constructed coastlines, we had to look decades ahead to find qualified sort of, or qualified physical manifestations of those things apart from where they naturally occur somehow. So there's this strange offset in time between a belief system or views on the culture or the activities that are going on there to what is actually materializing in a sense.
I was just writing down some rambling notes, but I got quite interested in when sea bathing became popular in the 1800s, and they believed that bathing in the sea could cure all ailments, and they even suggested that you drink seawater as well. So the seawater, I can't remember what it's called, the Seawater Hospital or something in Margate again. Initially, it was very much about the sea air and the bathing and the consumption of salt water, which just seems just truly abhorrent, but particularly nowadays when it's so polluted. So yeah, I guess we're just moving through these cycles of dealing with seawater. The other things I just wrote down was shark nets in Australia. I was in Australia not so long ago, a few months ago, and I was fascinated by shark nets and this determination to control nature again by putting a shark net across a whole bay to make it safe to swim in, which just seemed an extraordinary act, you know. And you might argue that a tidal pool, or indeed your kilometre-long pool, is an outrageous, you know, engineering, you know, necessary or not, I don't know. But then to put a shark net across a bay, you know, it's extraordinary. And they don't work anyway, apparently, and they're cruel to the sharks, and the jellyfish still get through and sting you. So, yes, sorry, now I'm rambling, but it is.
I mean, there's something that's being said, which is about like how, I mean, we touched on in the first panel this thing of how dangerous actually swimming is in a very bizarre way. It's like there's nothing safe about. Like, you need a lifeguard, you know. You've got all this equipment and you constantly monitor it, right? So it's quite interesting about it. And when Takako was talking, I couldn't help think, but I've been swimming in the sea in India, and it's basically the Arabian Sea, and it's not very kind. It's quite a harsh sea, you know. And I've never. I mean, you just don't do it. You don't. You know. You don't just go out and swim in it. There's a lot of currents, and you know nothing about it. Even the lakes, they're very dangerous places. So wild water swimming for an Indian is something that is dangerous by nature. And I think it depends on which country you come from. There's some countries where the water is tamer, is milder, and you do it naturally. And some you don't. Right? And I think it's really interesting what Takako was saying. It's not only cultural, but it's also geographical, that then forms a cultural opinion of how we treat nature. So I know that we are scared of water. Like, I love swimming, I swim every day, but I have a deep respect for water. And I think that comes from a strong, like, you know, it's a mythology, and you know, it's there. And it's basically, so I think it's quite interesting how, and these tidal pools, I wonder if they were made as protection, right? They were, and as you said, to bring you out, to actually go in touch with nature again. I think that's quite an interesting, and also to catch fish apparently. The initial ones were to catch fish.
Yes, the ones in South Africa in particular,
Like they you know, to basically get the fish in. Nice little device.
Yeah, very clever.
Treat them, not to live with them.
To catch them,
Okay, we should move on and have some cake and continue the conversation and come back and let's do the last panel with my wonderful students who are all here and excited to share their video essays with you.
Lovely.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much. Did anyone want to say anything very So last term, I taught this HTS diploma course called Strokes of Change. And the whole course was premised on this idea that we don't have much of a history of swimming pools. And it was a very modernist, progressive institution. So so the whole thing was like, how did it construct society? How was it why was it such a modern institution? What defined its modernity? But then also, how did it kind of construct a certain imagination of the body? And that was kind of very fascinating because a lot of the projects today dwell on that imagination that was constructed during, with the idea of care, the body, sport, health, and in different facets. And the course particularly asked for video essays. Now, I did that very deliberately because I had started in the summer going to different swimming pools and photographing them and looking at them and studying them, actually for their space, for their spatial qualities, architectural qualities. And I wanted the students to do the same. So the video essays that we've seen, and they're all on the screen behind there, they are with the students who've actually gone out or they've constructed a fiction of their own. But everything is like original research to a large extent that is interrelated to the theory that we studied. So these are 5 of the students. There were more, and they were all wonderful. But I had to choose, so these were the 5. Okay, they can go now. I mean, not go. Sorry, that's not what I meant.
So hi everyone, my name is Qian, and for my video essay, I study on the public bathing in the city of Daqing, which is an oil town in the northeast of China. So I call Daqing as my hometown, but I never really spent my life there. My family migrated from Daqing to the very south of the country in the 2000s, as many people do during the time. So my fragmented memory about the city is always about the bath pool and the oil driller that you can see everywhere in the city. So this is a couple of drillers. It's literally sitting along the road. Sometimes it's just underneath your building, and then it's everywhere. So I come up with an idea of reading the pool and the driller together, as they are the 2 things representing the image of the city. And they kept intertwined and influenced each other. So Daqing in Mandarin, it means big celebration. So it is given the name on the date that the Daqing oil field was discovered. So it was the first step of China to develop an industrial republic and reduce its dependency on the Soviet Union. So these are the 2 propaganda posters during the 1960s promoting the idea of Daqing being the role model of China's industrial explorations and oil productions. So I have to mention that Daqing has a very long and cold winter. It could be as cold as -27 degrees from December to March. So bathing is a very good way for you to keep warm. And I want people to step out of the Western interpretation of a bathhouse. The image of bathhouse in the northeast China is more rooted in the community. It's more it's smaller and it's more packed, and people are literally just sitting next to each other in the small pool. So in order to kind of narrate the story of the development of the bathing culture, I picked 4 films representing different periods of Daqing. So it's firstly a documentary made by 2 French directors in the 1971. So it depicted the life of the oil workers in the early 1960s. And it was a period of socialist utopia when people built and lived together because Daqing was built only for the oil production from a total grassland. And then at that time, there were no water supply to individual households. And the city had very few public bathhouses. And this part of the history is very underrepresented. So I got this story from interviewing my uncle and auntie who was born and raised in the city during that time. So they told me that people can only take baths once or twice a year, usually around the Chinese New Year, with bath tickets given for free. And people have to queue outside the bathhouse before sunrise for a cleaner water. Each pool is packed with around 10 to 15 people, and people scrap the back for each other, even if they are total strangers. And after baths, people will feel very relaxed, and they will sing and chat together. And the next two films, made later, depicted the public bathhouse during the 1980s to 1990s. This was a period of time that the oil production and the country's economics started to boom. And then you'll see also a development of the public bathing, that it has transformed into a more like leisure and socialized activity that usually the oil workers do after a whole day of working. And then you get more activities you can do. You can drink tea, and then you can play chess and chat with each other. And then the last film is one of the vlog posted on social media 2 to 3 years ago. So it depicts a contemporary image of Dating's public bathhouse, or now we usually call it bath center because it occupies a 3-story building operating like a hotel. And then it has swimming pool, bath, gym, game center, cinema, and restaurant all in one. And then it has become a very popular activity for family and friends. So the construction of the essay is not only to study the history of the bathing culture through a lens of the history of oil production, but also for me to learn a bit more about my home and my family who grew up in the city. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Alina, I'm a 4th-year student, and historically the baths evolved over time into swimming pools. And my project is called Black Line, which looks into the post-publicity. Before researching this field, I realized that it had been almost a decade since I haven't swum. So it used to be like a weekly activities for my childhood friend and I. And I can't stop thinking about why and how I quit. And I think it's because with growing up, my awareness of body change. And swimming for me is more or less a private sport. And it is so special, the less stressed one among all public activities. And it is also curious since I only lost some memories that happened in the pool. So at that time, I knew there's like a barrier of factors that cause a dynamic transition between public and private. And so to learn it better, I went swimming again with my friends. And I actually did a lot of mental work to build my confidence in body first. And my friend, and she's here today, I think we're quite close, but she still minds changing in front of me. And while swimming, same as it is in my childhood, no talking and interaction. Actually, the pool we went is converted from a bus, and we had the feeling of alienation. It was really weird because it has marble edges with a handrail, and I can imagine that people used to lay and relax there. But now we could only swim along the land dividers and the black line at the bottom of the pool. So that personal experience is really crucial for me to discovering these factors. And filming also became a methodology, a tool. It's a movement like this. Yeah. I lately realized that I would never done this in the public swimming pool. Another reason is I really can't stop my mind flying away while swimming. It is so chilling that the only things I'm focusing are my posture and breath. So that filming helps me to record and figure out those parts I missed in childhood from another angle. And eventually it was surprised that I found such many architectural elements that function as a transformation science. And I used to feel that it is a homogeneous space, but end up with finding those like same items are common tools to guide users' behaviors and actions. So now looking back at my attempts, adventures, it is a process to rethink things and events that are endowed with inherent impressions from a new perspective. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rotem. I'm in 5th year. My video essay is called The Glass Bowl Venue. It embarks on a journey through the spectatorship and architecture of artistic swimming. I have always been an avid viewer of artistic swimming. The discipline fascinates me because it is both a sport and an art form. When I initially approached the subject, I realized that the sport is quite controversial, has many underlying inequalities, and is often described as a misunderstood sport. I wasn't sure what would be the best angle for the video essay to unpack its complexity. I noticed that I'd never watched competitions in real life and always watched them on television. I then started to think about my position as a spectator in a sport that is mainly catered to a televised audience, where to its spectators, the swimmers in the pool are like fish in a glass bowl. To gain a sense of what the sport feels like in person, I joined a practice session at the ICU Swimming Club in London and swam alongside the swimmers. I chose to capture original footage through my own camera lens as my primary research tool. This provided the opportunity for myself to verify if what I was seeing through television was close to what it is in real life. As I arrived in the practice pool, I immediately noticed how different it felt from what I've been watching all those years on television. I got a glimpse of the iterative practice techniques and the versatile ways that the swimmers use the space of the swimming pool as an integral part of their spatial practice. The act of editing the film confronted me with decisions about whether the background should be blue, should there be music, or should I use the real audio, and so on, making me realize that the editing process connected me closer to the research topic by being immersed as an active participant. The act of filming provided an opportunity to develop my own individual interpretation of the sport through the moment in time when I attended the session. The footage helped me construct the narrative as part of a longer thread of thought and led me to my own personal conclusions that I wouldn't have been able to reach if I was writing a traditional essay. The filming process led me to question the scale of the Olympic competition venue and its architecture, where I believe it is unsuitable to the sport's ephemeral nature and scale. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Alaka. The title of my video essay was called Between the Ice, the Body, and the Music, the Spatial Motion of Figure Skating and the Metaphysics of Space and Time from the Perspective of a Figure Skater. What I found inspiring in the books we were reading with Naina was how swimming in sports had given architects a new way of seeing, how it immersed them in a different metaphysical realm which allowed them to dream and imagine and create. One of the books in our course, Ian Borden's Skateboarding and the City, stood out to me, as he talks about the microarchitecture of urban surfaces and how skating on these abandoned or found spaces brought about experimental ways of navigating and experiencing the city, noticing the noise on surface grain and feeling a moment of weightlessness as they fly upon takeoff. Being a figure skater, the way Borden talks about space resonated with me in terms of the psychophysical relationships between body and space that sport really helps to bring into play. As such, for my project, I was really interested in discovering and annotating the factors which, like swimming and skateboarding, allowed ice skaters a different perception and engagement with space. Looking deeper into this relationship between body and space, limiting my small research to just a professional figure skater in a standardized stadium, I began to realize that the analytical videos and diagrams that the sport films and TV industries collate, as well as the sequence diagrams that the choreographers and skaters sketch to plan their programs, start to demonstrate the sense of time, the speed of motion which often modifies our spatial awareness. In attempts to film and capture this experience myself in a spin, I start to see the space in a different lens, illustrating an environment that starts to fold and blend around me, and suddenly the space is further refined into just color and light. Ultimately, the monotonic ice rink can be seen as an ambivalent field which allows a multitude of possibilities, unlimited in the skater's direction of motion, speed, and tempo, guided by music and grounded with the accustomed sense of orientation that comes with a deeper connection to that space. The ice rink may seem homogeneous, but it is inherently very colorful. If I were to look beyond the sport as a profession towards its role in leisure and recreation, ice skating is also a sport which gathers a plurality of individuals, hosting an activity which invites all social classes and differences on the same field. Reconnecting to the swimming pool and its relation to the body, it's significant that it can be perceived as a volume of space in which multiple sports may emanate from, as abandoned pools are appropriated into skateboarders' havens, and as seasons change and water freezes to become an ice skating rink. There's a dynamic relationship between the ecology of architectural surfaces which changes and adapts and the different flows of movement that emerge from it. Thank you.
Okay, so my video essay was called Swimming Under the City, and I took the opportunity to be a bit experimental and find a way to challenge the role of the essay and the visual representation of architectural design. So I wanted to find a way in which to incorporate swimming into people's daily life, and I thought to propose a new way of transport around London that would consist of canals where people would be able to swim around the city. I found that in some cities in Switzerland, this is already happening in the summer. People jump in the river with their wetback where they place their stuff so that it doesn't come in contact with the water, and they float down the river until they reach their destination. So I thought of how could this look in a city like London, and I thought that the themes would be a bit limited as a way of transportation because it wouldn't allow everyone to reach all the areas in London. So I started thinking of other water flows around the city, and obviously I thought of the sewer canal system that is like an invisible water canal that is going under London. And I thought what would happen if there was another canal where people could swim and transport themselves around London underground. So when I was thinking of a way to represent this idea, I read The Story of the Pool by Rem Koolhaas, which is a piece of fiction where he describes how a group of students are trying to swim to get from Russia to New York, crossing the Atlantic Ocean, and they use a pool and they move it by swimming on it. And on Madelon Briesendorp designed these beautiful illustrations to represent the story of the pool. And before reading the story, I had a look at these images, and I could perfectly give life to the image while I was reading the piece of work by Rem Koolhaas. But I wondered what would have happened if I would not have seen this image. Would I have imagined the space differently? So I decided to use the format of fiction as a way of storytelling, but challenging it by not using any visual representation, complementing it only with background noises and playing with the tone of my voice to incorporate drama. And like this create an immersive experience for the audience to be able to come into my world and make it theirs. So I described details of my research and the space as well, as the protagonist is swimming down the canals, the underground canals of London, and she's telling the story. So hopefully when people hear the video, they are able to immerse in this world and to make it their own, as a way that they can keep designing in their head what they want the space to look like. So hopefully making them able to look back at the present and question reality through fiction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I think I'm too close to this project to kind of ask the questions. So perhaps someone else picks up. Otherwise I will, but perhaps.
Well, somebody's got to say it. I just think what you've done individually and interacting clearly is just fantastic. I really do. This whole sense of the spatial, the notion of the underwater, the in the water, the on the surface, and then this kind of breathtaking leap of imagination to the freezing of the surface. On which to dance. I would love to see these projects I'd love at some point to see these projects in their completion.
It's over there. It's
on
the screen. The whole video essay on the screen of that.
Then I shall be attending to that later. But congratulations. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone else have any? Do you want to ask some questions? You had some questions prepared for each other, didn't you? Do you want to ask them? We're going to play with this whole presentation.
Well, yeah, again, David, thank you. I think in all of your work, there's so much history and culture that I've learned in the last few minutes. And I thought I know a lot more than that, but this is very, very educational. Now, the one that I'm very curious about is the last one, because I like fiction. And so I didn't get, if the material is actually full there, okay, so I'll have to, but you can tell me in the meantime, how does that work? Because I know Ram does these things, but how does it work? That vessel, that idea of navigating while the swimmers are moving.
Oh no, but that's not hers.
But like my project was completely different. Like I was just inspired by the way he used fiction to tell the story, but it had nothing to do with his story.
So okay, sorry. So that's not going in the tunnels or anything.
No, that's not. Like you go in the tunnels yourself, and there's a stream that either goes one way or the other, like a bound in the metro.
Yes.
And so you could either float. I designed like a fast line and a slow line. So in the fast line you can swim like a bit faster and the stream is stronger, so that you don't get so tired at the end, and then the slow line you can just float. You don't need to swim.
No, so I don't know how much of this is fiction and fact, but where is your water supply? What is your water supply? What is the water? It's not the Thames, I hope.
No.
But
maybe it is. It's a clean Thames, because the whole point of these ideas is what happens once you build your floating bath, you clean the Thames, you get the super saver sewer, the regular sewer canals don't need to be used. So there's a whole sort of world building that she's kind of embarked upon, right?
Yeah, and it's also open for interpretation. Like, I obviously didn't have enough time to think of every single detail, and that's the point of the fiction as well, for people to hear the story and maybe think, oh, this actually could be done like that, you know?
Good.
Anyone else? No? Okay. So maybe we just we move on to the round table. Okay, this is really the last thing of the day because I'm exhausted. Am I allowed to say that in public? I don't know. But yes, so the point of the round table was I really want to take this project further, and I was hoping that all of us together could discuss how we can imagine this project becoming something that is published, or maybe also on a website that's continuing. So, I don't know how you all want to sit down. Should we all just sit how we are, or you want me to rearrange the room?
If you don't have much energy.
Semicircle.
Yeah, we are, aren't we? So perhaps, we can, so there was this sorting board, I don't know if everyone's seen it, but it's in the room over there, yes. The sorting wall, and the idea was, I do think that we need to put all this work together, but we also need to, I was wondering, perhaps it'd be nice to, to change the titles and to create additional links between the projects. So on a website, I know how to do that, but any ideas of how one does it on a book? How does one create a book that is not linear? Yeah.
I have to speak to Lars Muller. I have to speak to, is it Lars Muller? Who does the Books Bazaar?
It's just how do we take this, it doesn't have to just be a book and a website. Throw out your ideas of how you think we could build on this amazing, we've got a really nice collection, I think, of stories, very nice relationships between them. So how can we keep building on this? How can we put this out? What would be the best formats?
I think one
I'd like to be part of that. I can't do that on myself.
I know. I thought one of the things that is very powerful is for the pool, images are very, very powerful. So the image, if it's a book, I think the images dominate the pages, and then you speak less. That to me, I think, because when I see in our presentations when you had this one picture, that is a very powerful way of, even if the book is the centerfold, like the whole thing is the image that speaks the strength.
I don't want that.
No?
No, I want the words, because the words are the ones that construct the alternative. The juxtaposition of the images is great. Don't get me wrong, I thought that was really nice, and to have the original images was fantastic. And putting them together. But I thought they got so much power with the words that you all introduced in them. The image was read in so many different ways, and especially when I connected two essays, they just got very, very, very rich, and I didn't want to lose those words. And what I liked about today was the fact that we didn't have presentations, so we all had to listen to the words, because we got bored of looking at the same image on the screen. So I wonder whether today all of us just listened really for the first time to so many people. Maybe that's why I'm so tired. It's easier to just look at images images.
But I agree, the initial call was for stories, right? And I think it's in the name of the event. And I think it worked brilliantly in my view in terms of, and also, not least because of the amazing pairings and kind of orchestrating of panels you've done thematically, which to me work really, really wonders. And I mean, I'm not sure, I don't know how the AA is doing in terms of their publication. It's, yeah, but anyway. You, but I was wondering, I mean, when I say book, I mean, for me, there may be even multiple kind of outputs out of this, because to me, you're quite right, the more we moved throughout the day, the more visual the stories became, including the essays, the video essays. So there could be platforms where you could have a number of things, including text and images and so on, but I'm thinking about more, I mean, it could be, of course, anything could be turned into a book potentially, but rather than sort of fetishizing the format of the book, there could be other things such as, you know, a special collection of a journal. There are some incredible journals, very, very creative ones, where these relatively short essays, because actually when you talk about 1,000 words or whatever they are, they're not even the length of a chapter that will actually comprise like a typical book, but actually there could be a special issue or a guest edited issue of a journal. It could be any number of things, and perhaps if it does take that kind of format, maybe the more video-like stories could be excerpted through still images, but still having a platform online where actually you could have the fuller version of some of that could also work alongside maybe.
That sounds good. Yeah. I'll do that.
Thank you. It was fascinating. Thank you very much. The imagination that, you know, all the 5 projects took us through. And I was also wondering about how do we swim between and across all these things that we talked about. It is text, but we listened rather than read the text, so that there's something about hearing the voice and imagining the space and experience, and this listening gives us I don't know, I was swimming in a way, you know, moving around in this air of something that we navigated individually through, because we are imagining different, I'm sure, that how we carry our own stuff, that experience is very different. So how can we experience those not really collective, individual stuff or goo or whatever. And it is something to do with also images, but lack of images. That's very interesting. Why you said that, how do we create this space within us, and how collectively we also share or understand. And it also, I think, applaud to you, because the frame of swimming pool, which I never thought about, it really brought us to many different places, and that's the richness of it.
There is a very strong richness of it. You know, what you're saying, Takako, I think it's the audio. I mean, there was a moment I was thinking, and you're right, Davide, why restrict to a book? There could be special issue. But there was a moment I was thinking, what about podcasts? You know, audio and visual, and a website, but actually a continual call, which just, it's like, it's just continuous. And every week we kind of look, somebody has around. We look through these things and put them up, and they become like this, you know, rich mosaic of ideas that change, but then culturally keep changing as well, because you brought up the idea of culture, so it would be lovely to have something that just keeps, it's almost like one of those little screens, you know, and like one of those control movies where you have all these little pixels, but each from a different person in a different, ours is less sinister.
Because we through different ideas individually
I was just thinking maybe we should create our own website for further outreach, that links can be shared and people can post things on it. And then, I don't know, I'm not really a web designer or not an expert at coding, but perhaps that might be a way for greater outreach.
That sounds good. Just
Speaking of this question, this point about the narrator's voice and how the storytelling exercise or experiment has already produced the event today has happened and has been recorded. Are you planning to make that stuff available publicly, or is it just for internal repository for the AA?
No, it will be, right? It normally goes onto the AA website.
So there's already a form of sort of publication, so to speak, in terms of the video recording, which will go out in the public. So that already is a form of...
I think it's a little bit still jumbled. This is it, the content.
Sure. My question is, do you intend to take this forward? I don't know, next year's project for the students continuing on the same topic and maybe inviting further contributions? Like, could this be, do you envisage this to become something like a repository or an archive of swimming pool stories, of which this will be just the starting point? In which case, thinking about the actual right platform or as a kind of ever-growing or expanding thing is worth thinking about, rather than, I mean, you could still you could draw a line and say this is a booklet or something which will take its own shape, but then to be continued, and in which case, of course, online platforms and so on will lend themselves, including, literally a link to the video will be one of the items there.
Yeah, I wonder, right? But maybe the next time I shouldn't be asking for people to send me a text, but rather audio. Sorry, Clara. But yeah, I mean, these are all ideas to work.
Yeah, I was just going to propose the idea of radio, but I don't know if it's realistic or not, but I just feel like, yeah, for some reason, a singular book doesn't seem to express the richness and the continuity and the ethereality or something of the content. Like today, it was so nice to just come in and out, and it was really story-like, and I was actually thinking, like, all symposiums should be like this because it's much more engaging and you're exhausted, but in a nice way, But with the radio, it would be like Pool FM or something, and it's like an ongoing station, and you get soundscapes, and then you get some more critical, maybe more essay-like stuff, and then you get some stories. So in a way, even podcast depends how you do it, but doesn't seem to hold it, because podcast is, weekly, you have themes, which could be also interesting, but something about the more collage-like character of today was really nice, which I think radio really allows you to have this real-time experience, like you just switch it on and you can leave anytime you want, and it's there, and it's sanctuary. I don't know if anyone still, people listen to the radio. I do, but yeah.
Though I think it would be a radio for like a few hours only. Christmas Day, I don't think I have that kind of energy.
I think the book will lose the fluidity of the day as well. I think it is an online thing. I know you don't want that to be, but I think there's an ability for people to construct their own relationships between the stories as well, and that might be another interesting thing to be able to record on a website by people making their own links between the stories. And other people adding them. And I'd like to see just general swimmers add them as well. It doesn't need to be a bunch of architects and academics adding stuff. That's boring. Well, it can get boring. I'll get my coat.
Actually, to be honest, I did get one non-architect who didn't turn up because unfortunately he does a lot of work and a meeting came up. But the image that I use is the publication of the event. Is actually this from Chernobyl. Yeah, Protean. And I didn't get I didn't get swimmers in yet, but hopefully next round you're right. And in fact, Chris, I was thinking you're the best person to attach it to, because Chris knows everybody in the swimming community. It's like full of people in the swimming community. So.
But it might be fun to invite people to do it. Yeah. So pick out some people from each of the pools across London or the country.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Or the world.
Yeah. The world would, yeah.
Sorry. I just wanted to add something really short about the idea of how to share, because that's something that I constantly have to think about with what I do. And it's really important, besides how we share and how we want it presented and what is our message and how it comes out, it's really, really important to define the audience first. And once we know who we're sharing it with, then it gets much easier to define the tools, because we study the audience and how they consume their content, and then we know how to do that better. And I think the question is of who we're sharing it with is a really important one. And
I think our audience, because we love to be romantic. This is my argument, that as architects we love to be romantic about including the whole world in our world. But the whole world does not want to be part of our world. But we have a few selected people who want to be part, and I have, literally, I personally asked people to contribute who are non-architects, non-artists. And some of them might, some of them might not. If it's a writer, they might still be inclined. So I think it is primarily a more artistic-driven, inclined person who's already interested in it, either from an architecture perspective or a swimmer's perspective, or there's a link. It's either the swimmer or the no.
I think that's a very interesting thing you've just said. But I'd like to add a layer to that, because I've always found myself interested in the potential for the audience that you don't know exists yet, that you can't identify yet. And but for me, a very interesting moment occurred with your presentations because of the economy with which you had all used moving images. Sometimes images that hardly seemed to move, but they still embodied this transience, a passage of time. And so it would seem to me now, looking back in contrast to your presentations, that the still images of the day do, in a sense, that speak to the page, to the illustration. And I think I'm in accord with the view that's emerging that the time-based medium is, whatever it is seems really appropriate, that it embodies this, something that's present in all that's been talked about today, which is experience through time. Perhaps that's. But also, I have to say, I think there's an enormous sort of telegenic, televisual potential in a lot of this material, and that's a direction in which the audience that you don't yet know exists may be given the opportunity to experience these extraordinary stories.
Thank you. I'm going to give this to Anna, and then if no one else has anything to say, we're going to call it a day. I wait for the drinks.
Okay, yeah, well, maybe it's someone else before the drinks.
Oh, there is, okay, sorry.
No, thinking along the lines of what is being discussed, I thought it was interesting today that you, Naina, were kind of opening up certain levels. Sometimes you were mentioning references, books, and then you were coming back to, I don't know, facts, or like when you were saying about the watercolor. And so I feel like it was very interesting that there were different registers that were happening, and that is how I understand this kind of dynamism that is being spoken about, how we don't enclose that into topics or into kind of
speaking about pools in terms of physics or architecture or limits or materiality, right? And we want to keep it open, and I think that's what you've been wanting to do as well. Like, you invited very different kind of people. Some of us found ourselves on the spot and having to think something that we had never reflected upon. And I was wondering if in this wish to kind of generate a collective narration of narrations, no, of a multiplicity of links, maybe we could start something where you ask someone to narrate a particular thing, like you find a topic and you find a person that would be interested or that you think it's suited to speak about that, and then kind of actually force, and the lines of what you were saying, maybe it's not only the audience, also the narrators, if that's the right word, to reach out, no? Because you said the call was responded only by architects because in a way it was broadcasted also in a certain way. But what if we could broadcast it in terms of we are, how many, 16? That refer to 16 more, to 16 more. I know it's a bit kind of just calling for redundance, but I think there's something about your wish to open it and not structure it a priori. So maybe that format, if it takes a form of a website or a radio cast, also it would be interesting to see how to call out different people so that it's not waiting for the vector to come back, but also to reach out, right?
It's like those, you know, it's like those, what do you call those things, those chain letters, not chain letters? That you write and then you send it to someone, yeah, and then they kind of write. And you did something like that during the pandemic, didn't you, Anna? The chain letter? No? I swear someone sent you
No problem. I feel less like I've gate crashed now, so we're not architects. We snuck in because we're kind of interested in architecture. And I used to work in leisure. I now work in children's social work, interestingly in Wandsworth, where the bridge pool is. So have worked in seeing on the ground the difference between different parts of society and what's open to and not, and that's one of the reasons I've seen that pool. So yeah, lots of things have kind of been super fascinating to me today and bounced in different ways around the different pools that I've worked at and the different stories that I might have had. But I think there is a power in what you've brought together being a conversation. So it's been interesting to see, and it seems to me that the day was really interesting because you started with one pool or two pools perhaps with certain people and their story of them, but then you are connecting dots and it's quite organic what's come up in terms of how those connect. So I think it would be powerful to take that forward. And I suppose having worked in pools for a very long time in my earlier career, it's super helpful, I guess, to have architects thinking more about how those spaces are, because a lot came up at first thing in the morning about how they feel, smell, taste, hear, how you experience pools. And the more that you think about that, if people are actually involved in then creating design, that will be epically important. And the dilemma that you've come up with today is a very real one about how would you make sustainable public and inclusive space. And it's really interesting the differences that have come up about culture, identity, different people using. Not much has come up today about disability. But one of my experiences is when I was at Loughborough, I worked in the old pools that were nearly 100 years old, right at the point where we then bought an Olympic pool. So I managed lifeguards in the transition between the two things. And there was something really neat about the fact that we got people to get medals at Sydney out of an extremely old, measured in yards, swimming pool that was freezing cold and had enormous sides and was very inaccessible, but we got Paralympic athletes to Sydney and did really well. But obviously another shift and a change that comes with technology is the more that we can include different people in different ways, that's super helpful kind of in design. So, I mean, I'm really grateful that we were able to join you, and I now don't feel like I've snuck in quite so naughtily. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I think you're absolutely right. We didn't in this, I mean, I know in the course we talked a lot about disability, but also I just find it, you know, Michael Phelps is described as someone with an enormous wingspan, right? Like, you know, like a bird, literally, right? But then also he's described to have an ankle that has extreme mobility. And I'm sure that makes him fairly disabled in many other ways, because it's you've got, like, you know, you've got a problem with your ankle, you've got an ankle that's weak. So it was always a very interesting discussion that we had, which was like, you know...
he's also neurodiverse as well.
Yeah.
He has ADHD.
So, I mean, you know, so there is a lot actually. So the idea of like being an Olympian is almost by nature, you know, it's, I wouldn't say this, you know, I would say there's a limitation. Yeah. And I think that's where, you know, every sport and every pool, like the pool is quite an interesting space where different kind of human beings gather together. Yeah. There was another author who said that also. He said that a swimmer is essentially an isolated person by nature, because you kind of keep doing the laps. A little bit, you know. But I think these are very interesting things, because those are things that we should be also mental health, and because, you know, Phelps talks a lot about that in swimming. And I think you're right, we need to
how pools are designed has such
absolutely
an impact on how people experience them. So having thought about teaching adults who are super nervous versus teaching children, and where you've got shallow space where, you know, it's easier to then, you know, assist people to get used to and be confident because they can put their feet down, and then, you know, the different functions that are there. I also worked at a pool where they designed it for water polo because it was one of the only pools at the time in the country with a drop floor. They didn't actually design the space around it big enough for a water polo goal. But you do. So yeah, there's a lot to thinking about how you design pools to serve different purposes during. So there was the debate going on this morning about the construction of space and who has access to the space. The other thing that happens is that time in well-used pools is timetabled, and there's something to how can you make them diverse in terms of the different purposes they might suit and how different people might use them.
That's what a little bit what Roten wanted to also talk about, right? How pools are designed for these kind of performance, sort of artistic swimming. Okay, yes, sorry. Thank you.
Hello, sorry, I know everyone's just waiting for the drinks. I have a really, I just get really stimulating by some of your talks, and I only enjoyed the last two panels and really enjoyed that. I have this idea that, you know, could be like a series of some sort of documentary, maybe. I kind of missed the beginning of some categories, but for the last two panels, I could see there's different, you know, pool cultures in there, looking into, say, the bathing culture, and, you know, the sort of the performers, sort of figurative diving, and also the pools. I wonder, I saw some of the panels here talk about immersive and performative. And have you kind of looked into like the deepest pool in the world for the freedivers? And that will be like the architectural design in terms of the pool. So there's more to discover on this topic, and it's very interesting. Like, for example, there's a place called the Nemo 33, which is built in 33 meters deep, and the degree is 33 temperature. And that's in Belgium, and that's one of the sort of older pools for the freediver go there, and the scuba divers to practice. And how it works is like almost like half is underground and half above ground. So it's architecturally very interesting how people engaged. And then from there, there's like other pools, like now it's a deep spot in Warsaw, in Poland. That's probably 46 degrees, and another one Dubai, that's like 55 degrees. Meters. So I'm thinking it would be quite interesting, maybe take it into like the conversation with all different groups and looking at different categories, and maybe become like a series of documentary, and that will invite people.
No, continue. She wants the
Oh, yes. Yeah, so we invite different you know, I think people from different industry, different interests are coming and to contribute. Yeah, and it could be, I like the idea of fiction, like the swimmers and cross the whole Atlantic. I just love that. And then I thought it's almost like it's not exist. It's actually like a big cruise of a swimming pool. Literally, people are already doing that, but just not sort of swimming, I don't know how they continuously, or they have a relay or something like that. There's some sports, they do like a swimming 24 hours and relay just for fun. Don't know if people come across that, and that's somebody do in Finland apparently. And is it like that to just continue sort of swimming? So this sort of fictional, it's very interesting. Could it become like sort of TV drama in a different kind, so people can contribute and you can have one series to the others and maybe get on the Netflix. Maybe not. But anyway, so I really enjoyed it. I think water is very powerful and very emotional as well. It's lots of different mythologies in there.
Thank you so much, but I think there is a merit to that idea. There is something about different industries. And maybe we make this the last comment.
I promise it's very quick. So 2 things, but actually. Our new AA president, Kathy, is an avid swimmer in Hampstead Women's Pond. So we should really speak to her, and then she may have lots of things to say. But also, I think this is a wrong venue. I think we need, I am proposing something that maybe small events by the pool, by the water, and those would bring up different conversations, I'm sure, by the, you know, the body of water, and of course maybe warmer, but probably doesn't matter. But the proximity to actual water, body of water, different spaces. When we are there, I think there will be fresh conversation to be had, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we were planning to do it in the swimming pool, but then we couldn't get it. And then I thought we'll make a swimming pool here, but then I was scared I'm going to get into trouble if I make a mess of the carpet. And yeah, so we just gave up. Yeah, I gave up at some point. But if anyone wants to come the next round and help me construct the swimming pool, I'm happy to have it anyhow that you like. Okay, on that note, thank you very much, every single one of you. Chris came, though he wasn't feeling very well, and thank you so much for that. And thank you to everybody who's come and contributed and made this possible, every single one of you. Public program especially, who gave me the platform. We all know how new researchers, they never get the right platform. And now all of us have been like part of a symposium, so technically we're like published already. So we're going to get the next job easier, huh? Perfect. Thank you.